Sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. If all the things you never show, there are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Here we go.
Okay, hey guys, welcome to a live that I do when it's been I work today, but I'm not sure if it's in the United States. I'm not sure. Is it? We have Victoria Day, which is today. Do you guys have the holiday as well? I'm not sure what it's called if you do, but I think you guys have a holiday over there. Anyways, thank you guys for, of course, joining the live today. Happy Monday. I keep thinking it's Sunday, but happy Monday. Hope you guys are all having a good day. Let's see here. So this kind of made me laugh because Sunshine on a Rainy Day says, good day, Sunny and mods and chat. Hope you're all doing well on this beautiful autumn day. And I'm thinking, well, maybe I guess in Aussie is it autumn because it's like spring here. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this live. Nice to see you. Hi there, Melissa. How are you feeling today? Did you have to work? And then I'll be frank. Hey, yeah. Hi, Sharon Parker. No holiday today. Okay. I know that a lot of ours are similar, but I know that some of them are different as well, or sometimes what you call them. I thought you guys did have one today, though. Guess we're just special here in Canada. Hi, Andrea. How are you? And I'm good, but I sent you a message. Okay. Honestly, like my alerts don't go off. So let me just quickly take a look here. Ugh. Why does my... There we go. How was your visit with your sister? Is that one of your messages? We have Memorial Day. Autumn, it's here in Australia, going into winter, right? Crazy, right? You made me sad. Who made you sad? I made you sad? Oh, the pic? This pic above? Yeah. If you're talking about this picture right here, we have Memorial Day coming. Okay. You talking about this one here? Oh, wait. Are you talking about in Messenger, in Facebook? What do you mean? We're friends. What are you talking about? Add friend. That's my own Facebook. I don't get what it's my own Facebook. It says add friend. That's my own Facebook. What are you talking about? Me and you, of course. Well, hold on a second. Are we not, like, we're friends on Messenger, but I don't really use my Facebook. I only use it to post stuff. So I only really use Messenger. So are we friends? I had sent a request. I thought I'll have to take a look at that. I'm on a different, hold on a second. Let me just, oh my goodness, I got too many Facebooks open here. 1 second, I can't get off this one. Can't get off that one. What's this one? Can't get off that one. Oh, I'm going to have to open up another one. So anyways, yeah, I really never use my Facebook, so there's a difference between, but I thought we were friends on Facebook. Pretty sure that we are, but you have 2 accounts. That's why. You know I love you anyway. But Melissa, I'm sure you are, but but you have 2 accounts, so on there. So I have to actually check on that, but give me a minute. I'll check on that in just a bit whenever I'm playing a video or something. So I know we're friends on Messenger, both accounts, but I'm pretty sure we're friends on one of your accounts on Facebook. Hi, Lisa. How are you? Oh, okay. You love me anyway. Oh, so before we get started, you guys, I want to say happy birthday. So Charmaine, it's her birthday today. Okay. So, you know that mountain that goes up like this? Well, Charmaine's on this side now. She turned 51 today. So I'm 55, so I've already been there. So I'm like, get over it, suck it up, buttercup. You can whine for like a minute and then get over it. Because you know what, you guys, do me a favor as we get started. Tell me, what was the age that you hated turning the most out of any age? So whatever age, mine was 30. And I hated leaving my 20s because those were like my best years there. And then when I turned 30, I sulked till I was 35. And then when I was getting close to 40, I realized all those 5 years that I wasted sulking about turning 30 for the next 5 years, that when 40 came, I just didn't give a shit anymore. Then I was just like, yeah, whatever. 50 comes. Yeah, whatever on there. But honestly, 30 was mine. Andrea, we seeing eye to eye on this one. What's with the crown numbers? What's with the crown numbers? Sharon Parker, what are you talking about? Crown numbers. What are you talking about? 30, 40. Sharon Parker, new features on YouTube. There's a few. What's with the crown numbers? Is it because I'm not seeing it like how you guys see it, so I see it differently? Next to our name. Yeah, I don't see that, to be honest with you. Maybe if I was looking at it from your point of view, I would see that. But I don't see it from being in StreamYard here. I'll have to take a look at that after on there. But Charmaine, yeah. So anyways, so Charmaine, happy birthday, my friend. Love you so much. Charmaine's up in basically the Shuswap area, Salmon Arm area of BC. The more you chat, the more XP you get. It's on chat. Oh, huh. Maybe I should pay attention sometimes to YouTube, which I hardly do. I just kind of do my thing. Algorithm. Well, you try to get that out there for the cases and stuff like that, but in all honesty, I'm your least most likely people to read stuff or watch videos on certain stuff. YouTube always has these new things, and I'm just like, yeah, I'll look at you later. And I never do. So this is why I got Charmaine. I got her this mug. Just remember, if we get caught, I'm deaf and you don't speak English. Partners in crime. So I got her this tumbler mug, and then I got her this handbag. True crime. Charmaine loves purple. That's her color, purple. And so I got her this. So she was like, and then I seen her post it on Facebook today as well. And yeah. So happy birthday, my friend. She had got me a nice little gift there for Mother's Day. So a lavender box set on there, which reminds me, I happened to see it as I was scrolling through gifts, right? And then I got tired of looking at all these different gift things, and I was like, and I seen this tumbler mug, and I'm like, perfect. So I'm here. Hi, Davian. How are you? Okay, so happy birthday, Charmaine. 51. She's 51. Let me just repeat that for you, Charmaine. 51. You're getting old. Yeah. Old bag, old geezer. You know how it goes. It's just like mountain. And this is the mountain we're on right now. She's just starting it. I'm a little further down. Oh, hey, Travis. How are you? Sharon is crown 2. I'll be crown number 1. I'm going to, you know what? You guys are forcing me to go look at this now. So I'm going to have to look at this, what you guys are talking about by this crown thing. I'm going to have to see it from your point of view. So give me a second. Let me just go to view your channel, view the live. Okay, let's see here. These. Okay, I gotta stop that. Where's the chat? Oh, there's the chat. Where's these crowns? Oh, I see. Yeah, so I'll be Frank, number 1. Sharon Parker, if you look at the top and press that, it explains. Oh, okay, wait. So having a crown means that it's a matter of who talks the most? You guys, if I was in chat, it would not be me. If it was in real life, it would be me, for sure. But I don't really talk in people's chats when I do go into them. Hardly, like, ever. Who wants to have a crown war, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare crown war. Okay. YouTube, they just keep adding different things, don't they? I want a crown. Well, did you have to talk in order to get this crown? Yeah. Oh, you use the XP for super chats. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to read on this because I'm like oblivious to what's going on here. Anyways, okay, so before we get started into the Lily and Jack Sullivan case, you guys, who was, for anyone coming in, of course, these are the 2 children that are on the East Coast, the Maritimes of us and of Canada. I'm on, and Charmaine's on BC time here on the West Coast side of Canada. And these 2 children are out of Nova Scotia, which is a 4-hour difference time-wise. And they have been missing since May 2nd of 2025. And it's May 19th. It's been just over 2 weeks of Lily and Jack Sullivan missing. And it's one of those cases. I really thought that this case would probably come to a conclusion like by the end of this week. And you know, something happening. So there's still time for that. But I'm almost getting a little bit leery of that, to be honest with you. Well, I want one. Everyone wants one. Yeah, the more you talk, the higher you go, I guess. I'm going to have to, like I said, look into that. I'm sure YouTube told me it was coming and I just didn't pay attention. And that, but so we're gonna get into that, but let's get into a couple things first, okay, guys? So this is Dylan Eller out of Truro, out of Nova Scotia, in the same area as, of course, that the 2 children are missing. And so he disappeared in 2020 on May 6th. And again, they're going to be, I guess, doing a new search coming up here. And again, as his boot basically was found near the what's it called? It's not a pond. It's more like, well, it's more like a fast flowing little creek type of thing. And then another boot was found later, and the parents do not believe that their child just, you know, fell into the water and just disappeared. They think that there's something more suspicious about his disappearance and some sort of other perhaps involvement. So that case we'll be covering along the way as well, bringing attention and awareness to this case. Again, it's within the same area, not too far there. And that's where Malala and her mother are from, is Truro. And then, of course, we have Sebastian Rogers. He is cute, isn't he? You know, even the ugliest kid is cute. You know, you know how everyone thinks that their kid's gorgeous? It's not true. Some of them, they grow into it as they get older. Like some of them have, I think my son had a kind of like a bigger head to his body a little bit for a while there. You know, he had a very solid head for sure. But anyways, Sebastian Rogers disappeared February 25th of 2024. It's been over a year. Sebastian is on the autistic spectrum, highly He's a high functioning autistic 15-year-old, but he's turned 16 years old since his birthday's on December 7th. And so now he's 16 years old. His father, Seth Rogers, is still diligently trying to find his son. Again, if you want to see someone that's the epitome of, to me, a father that just is devastated, brokenhearted, and, you know, as time keeps going on, he's still relentless in his quest to find out what happened to his son, Sebastian Rogers. We don't know what happened to Sebastian Rogers. Out of all the technology around, there's no signs about Sebastian Rogers leaving his home. There's some activity at about 3:30 in the morning behind the backyard of some flashlights, perhaps. Again, it's really a puzzling case, but it's one of those cases where, kind of like the Jack and Lily case, is that you side eye the parents, and in this case, it's the bio dad is Seth Rogers, the stepfather is Christopher Proudfoot, and the mother, the bio mother, of course, is Katie Proudfoot. But it's one of those things, is like when it, you know, doesn't, or I should say, when it quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, talks like a duck, it ain't no swan, I'll tell you, in this case, because there's inconsistencies, and they might absolutely have nothing to do with the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. But it's really hard when the public is watching these cases and there's inconsistencies, lies going on, especially with Christopher Proudfoot. The mother's not doing anything that's really showing that she's, just wants her child back. She's not coming to the forefront, kind of like what we're seeing here with Malaya in this particular case. Again, but these are kind of things that people will deem as oddities, because most of us expect that when our child goes missing, we are at the forefront and fighting. You're not going to shut us up, because this is our child. We gave birth to this, child, and you're going to be relentless in your pursuit to find answers and bring as much awareness. We saw it happened in a lot of cases. Dylan Round's case comes to mind, just how much his mother just was out there, and, she has pretty thick skin. And she was basically like bulldozing through, just going, you know what? I'm not going to shut up. I'm going to keep on pushing for my son to be found. The parents came together. Basically, you know how when you remarry and there's two sets of parents, kind of like in the Gabby Petito case, they come together and they do what's best for the missing child. Now, in Sebastian Rogers' case, you do not see that. What you see is a lot of conflict going on. And to me personally, my own personal opinion is that the stepfather, Christopher Proudfoot, he's such a narcissist and he's so full of himself. When somebody's full of shit, they don't see it. They don't see how they're representing themselves to the public, but we do, because they're transparent as glass that they're a total narcissist. They play games, they manipulate, they lie. Why? A child is missing, right? And with Christopher Proudfoot, it all seems to start off with money. He didn't like the fact that Seth Rogers' sister started a GoFundMe to help, because there's a difference between Seth Rogers, who was working for, or I'm not sure if he still does, works for the county sheriff's office. I think it was in Davidson County? But anyways, versus, you have Katie Proudfoot and Christopher Proudfoot. He's a crane operator, was working on hospitals, probably still does. And Katie works for, what company was it? When you install cameras and that. I can't think of the company name all of a sudden. But either way, we got two big incomes versus Seth Rogers anyways. So Christopher Proudfoot gets all pissy the fact that Seth Rogers' sister starts this GoFundMe. So instead of making it about Sebastian Rogers, Christopher Proudfoot, to me, always seems to try to derail the investigation. And Katie Proudfoot, the mother of Sebastian, it's like when somebody pretends like they're meek, but they're not meek at all. In fact, they're a lot more boisterous, but they come off as meek, like they're a meerkat. Or she kind of is that person that it's like she's standing behind Christopher Proudfoot. So although the mother, Katie Proudfoot, with Sebastian Rogers' case, she's the last one to be with her son. And yet she stands there almost behind Christopher going, Go ahead, Christopher. You do all the talking type of thing. And yet she was the last one with her. It's it's a case that just boggles the head beyond belief. Okay, and I hope that this case doesn't turn out to be that way. Um. Oh, Brinks. Was it Brinks? Thanks. That's was her name. I knew it started with C, and I had the word Candy in my head, but Candace. Yes, yes. All of these children need to come home. It's time for Sebastian to come home. Absolutely, it's a case we've covered since day one. It's the Sebastian Rogers case. Need to implement him more in some of these lives again. But at the moment, it's kind of like I'm bringing him up during each live, as we've been doing it. He's out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. But at the end of the day, I mean, there's so many cases, you guys, but there's ones that just gravitate to your heart when you come across them. Not all of them are ones that we cover. Sometimes I'm just looking at these cases in the background, because, like I said, I'm not one of these ones that does a live and talks about, usually three different a case every day, and the different one, Diddy this day and Koberger this day, and Sebastian this day. I don't really like to do stuff like that. I like to kind of keep my focus, right? And some people do it for a living. YouTube, like, that's their job. Like, that's how they earn their money and stuff like that. So they have a lot more time to do stuff like that. At the moment, I just don't. I just try to get it in during my downtime from work, and when I'm not really, don't have a lot to do, and stuff like that. But there is one case that I came across, you guys, that I did want to kind of, hold on. All right. It says I have to remove this. Stop screen. Oh, okay. Well, let's just hit share screen. We'll do it this way. Where is he? 15-year-old. Okay. So I wanted to share the story with you because I had just come across it. And yeah, Sebastian Rogers case, you guys. I'll cover it again extensively, but there's not been any major updates going on. But still, it's always good to keep to keep these cases out there and bring awareness to people, because you never know. You just never know, right? When someone's either going to break, someone's going to feel guilty maybe for having some knowledge and stuff like that. So, but this one I just came across, and I really haven't read it too much, but I just read, it said 15-year-old missing person case gets update after new technology. Okay, so this is out of Oregon, and it says Oregon officials and the Federal Bureau of Investigation are renewing efforts to find a missing child who disappeared nearly 15 years ago using new digitalized records. Kyron Horman was last seen on the morning of June 4, 2010 at Skyline Elementary School in Portland. He was 7 years at the time. Horman, who was attending his school's science fair, has not been heard from since, according to officials. I don't know how to say this. The Multnomah, okay, County Sheriff's Office said hundreds of tips are received and reviewed every year. Detectives are now using modern software, digital forensics, and technology to evaluate and new existing leads. The Sheriff's Office announced on Friday that it was working with Gresham Police Department detectives to digitalize and reorganize documents related to Horman's disappearance. Thousands of pages of reports, photos, and evidence will be scanned, and the Sheriff's Office said in a press release. The FBI's Behavioral Analyst Unit will then re-examine the case. Horman is described as a white male. Here, let's show his face so we can do that. Okay. Horman was described as a white male with brown hair and blue eyes. He has a V-shaped strawberry birthmark on his forehead. It's hard to pick out there, isn't it? Huh. Okay. Don't really see it. Must be. Okay. At the time of Horman's disappearance, he was wearing a black T-shirt with CSI in green letters. Aww. And a handprint graphic, black cargo pants, white socks, and black Skechers sneakers with orange trim. He may have been wearing glasses at the time. What are people saying? We have never stopped searching for Kyron. We remain steadfast in our commitment to bring resolution to this case for Kyron, for his family, and the community. With the support of our partners and public, we are actively pursuing every credible investigative opportunity. Kyron and his family are the heart of our work. As we approach the 15th anniversary of Kyron Horman's disappearance, I want to affirm my continued commitment to the case. My office has begun a thorough and methodical review of the case with fresh eyes. We look forward to receiving further analysis from the Sheriff's Office and the FBI. Our focus remains where it has always belonged, to Kyron and his family. So again, let's see here. Keep that off there. It's just so sad, isn't it, you guys? But hold on. After all that talking, made me thirsty. A&W. Diet root beer. Let's go. Okay. Now, there we go. Now that's a case to look at more. How many does it take to take action? Horman case confuses me as well. I avoid that case. It's sadly been taken over by drama and stuff that makes stuff. Thanks for the link, American Justice. Okay, are you talking about Sebastian Rogers? If you talk about Sebastian Rogers, honestly, there's one particular channel that's a really what I call like the bottom of the earth barrel piece of crap channel. She's this big mouth, blabber, blah, blah, blah. And but sometimes Christopher Proudfoot will go on it. Why? Because he's a big mouth narcissist, blah, blah. I always love it when people sit behind a YouTube channel, and honestly, I don't even know how some of these channels get away with it with YouTube rules, because they've had warnings. But that particular channel that I'm talking about, and you'll know her because she's this big ass, mouthy, bitch bitch, that just doesn't stop with this, causes drama, and there's a couple channels really. All they do is talk smack about other creators all the time, that they think that their shit don't stink at the other end of their channel, and stuff like that. And I just can't be asked. The only time I'll ever watch a channel like that is if they have a person that's related to either to the family or is the family and stuff like that. I can't be asked for drama. I mean, I think it's actually rather disgusting to have some sort of true crime channel and you're just a nasty piece of work, and you just cause drama. And it's all about the clicks and the views and what thumbnails. But you know what? I'll tell you, this is the part that's even more disgusting, is that those type of channels get the most views and the most subs and the most donations. Why? Because of idiots out there like whoever I'm talking to right now that actually watch that crap, donate to that crap, and listen to a bunch of bullshit. I find that actually truly disgusting. But those channels exist, and each to their own. If YouTube ever takes them down because of the way that they operate, then so be it. But as far as for me personally, I just stay in my own lane when it comes to, covering cases and stuff like that. And just try to do an honest, genuine, sincere live. That's all I ever do, actually, is just keep it honest and sincere. And I wouldn't want it any other way. And not being live leaves me to have to watch stupid people. Okay, so just quickly to go look at that post, you guys, and then we'll come back. So we'll come back to Lily and Jack Sullivan. So this case obviously has had no real updates lately, for the most part. I see that there's a lot of people playing off of certain things because maybe they just need a little extra something to talk. That's how these kind of cases go. The minute that there's a lull or not much to talk about, then they just become, constantly re-going over the same stuff over and over again. But, as long as it brings awareness to a case and stuff like that, I just have to always do things from my heart. And if I'll never do a live because I'm just going, let me see if I can get a couple extra subs today. Let me see if I can get a $5 donation today. I don't do stuff like that for those purposes at all. It just has to feel right. And when I want to cover something, I'll cover it. When I want to do a live, I'll do a live. Because money will never come over people ever. And if anyone ever puts money over people, then you need to rethink your values in life, because money should never be, it's the root of all evil, but it's people that make it that way, right? But it's about truly caring about why you're doing something. And for me, I don't like being in the true crime space, don't get me wrong, because it's very sad and depressing, and I do not like the hurt that people have to feel. Like Seth Rogers, with, of course, Sebastian Rogers, like the case we just read. I'm sorry, I'm really bad already. It's like I remembered his name and then I forgot it. I remember it's Horman. Horman. Sorry, I've only seen it. Oops, I'm on the wrong one. Darn it. Melissa, help me out here. Now I feel bad because I can't even remember the kid's name now. I remember it was something Horman on there, and I just freaking finished reading it. But anyways, the real tragedy in any of these cases, to me, Kyron, thank you. Sorry, it's not a regular name, Kyron. The real tragedy to me is when any parent or sibling, or it doesn't matter, family member, whenever there's somebody that goes missing and they have no idea what happened to this person that they love and care about, whether it's a friend, it doesn't matter. The most horrific feeling in the world is when you don't have answers. And some of these cases can go forever, right? Until the parents perhaps have passed on. And sometimes answers come after that. But imagine living with that daily pain, that there's just humongous hole in your heart of not knowing. That's exactly what Seth Rogers faces every day. That's exactly what people that love Lily and Jack are facing when nobody knows the answers. Now, this case is still fresh and it's still new. Praying for the best in this particular case, like any case, just like Sebastian Rogers there. And you just pray for the best outcome. But we all aren't gullible and stupid. And we all know that usually these cases will have a tragic ending. And it's a very small, slight hope that someone like Elizabeth Smart can be found all those years later alive. She always tells us the facts and the truth. Thank you. Huh. Well, yes, like, yeah, I wear my heart on my sleeve, and I wouldn't want to be any other way. I have notes on that Kyron case somewhere. Not imagine. Yeah. So I just want to say prayers to all the families out there that literally have no answers, because it is the most horrific pain. I could never imagine facing what, the parents or the family members have to face every day without knowing. And it was a blessing finally that this case of Karina McClurkin, Flint farmer, however, was found not guilty. Regardless, justice will have its day properly, I guess, one day for him. But Karina McClurkin was missing just before the Delphi murders. And finally, after what was it, 5 years, 6 years? Basically, someone said where her body was. They recovered her remains, and Karina McClurkin, regardless, was brought back home. That her grandma had been searching and searching, and she was another one that was relentless in just looking for her granddaughter. It's just tragedy. Hi, crafty one. Okay, so what I want. So this is my biggest red flag. I'm not. You guys can put what your biggest red flag is in this case, but I did want to go look quickly at the poll, and let's see. No, I don't want to end poll. No. Okay, so 80% out of 45 votes is family involvement. 9% is lost in woods, 7% is sold, and 4% is abducted. Now, my biggest red flag personally is in what's his face? I went to go say Malia's name, but I meant to say Daniel Martell is what he said. So I'm gonna play that for a second there. Let me just I just got to get rid of some of these things that are on the screen here now. And okay, so let's go to present. I'll go to Facebook. Which one's this one? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we'll go to this one here. So this is, of course, the one where he talks about the polygraph. Okay, guys? Make sure that the volume booster juicer is up. And
Do you think you need to do that? Do you think they don't believe you?
I think their side of the family doesn't believe me, and I just want to clear it up for
a couple times.
everyone. Clear it up for everyone, not just the people online making crazy accusations and everything else.
Flying in someone to do a polygraph test, is that on you?
That's not just on me, but on everyone. That's what I asked for. I asked for that so early on, and there's not many places that do it in Canada, so they're flying somebody in.
Why do you think you need to do that? Do you think they don't believe you?
I think their side of the family doesn't believe me, and I just want to clear it up for everyone. Clear it up for everyone, not just the people online making crazy accusations and everything else.
Do a polygraph test, is that on you?
That's not just on me, but on everyone. That's what I asked for. I asked for that so early on, and there's not many places that do it in Canada, so they're flying somebody in.
Why do you think you need to do that? Do you think they don't believe you?
I think their side of the family doesn't believe me, and I just want to clear it up for everyone. Clear it up for everyone, not just the people online making crazy accusations and everything else.
Flying in someone to do a polygraph test, is that on you?
That's
So, you guys, my avatar picture is Sebastian Rogers, just so who's ever seeing that knows. Okay, so he does have serious lack of eye contact. I do believe so myself. Now, in saying that, and Melissa, if you want to come up here, just let me know. You can come up here and join me. Just tell me in here though. Don't tell me on Facebook. I'll look on Facebook but just tell me in here. If you want to come up here, you can. But the biggest red flag to me in this whole case is that day of the 3rd. Now, it's what he is. It's the biggest red flag is what he said here, right? So if two people are telling a story together that morning about, Lily coming in the room a couple times, that they were in bed sleeping and she was in and out of consciousness, meaning Malaya. But this to me is the biggest red flag, because he is telling us that her family thinks I had something to do with this. Why? Why would Malaya, Daniel say this, right? So Malaya obviously left that night for probably said reason. So if she's accusing him, whether it's that something that was left in the home that the children got into, whether it's that he was awake and that he should have been watching the children, but there's something that she's blaming him for that is the reason why these children are missing. That's why the parents, to me, and this is just like my opinion, okay, but I see this as the biggest red flag, the one that is very telling, that's basically saying, I think that Daniel had something to do with this. And the family doesn't believe me, so I want to have a polygraph test, and I want everyone to have a polygraph test and a drug test. Does that mean that he's innocent? Absolutely not. But there's something about why Malaya left that night, right? Considering they were together and doing this story about, and I don't want to say story because it could be true, but telling us exactly what had happened. They're trying to tell the same story, and maybe it is true, but she's blaming him for something. For her family to accuse Daniel means that there's something that Malaya has said to her family, or that is why the children are not there. That something happened to him. Again, whether that's he wasn't watching them and he was actually more awake while she was passed out sleeping, and is mad at him for that, whether it's that there was something in the home, whether it was over medicating with medicine in case maybe both of them were sick. There's something, maybe just hypothetically speaking here, but there's something that happened to me that is the root cause of why these children aren't there, and why Malaya's family, including Malaya, because she obviously left the home, because why would they blame him, right? Why would they think that Daniel had anything to do with the children's disappearance if they were together in the morning in the bed? So that's why there's something more to this story, something that's not truly being told. Because in order to accuse like that, and if they're in the same home in the morning, you guys get where I'm coming from with this, right? So if the family's accusing Daniel, what is it that happened that perhaps Malaya feels like Daniel is the reason why these kids are either dead, abducted, missing, however you want to put it. There's something that she feels that he did that caused this. Hence why he's saying this. Now, what did you say in the past? So, did she say send her the link? Okay. Copy. 1 second here. Where are you? Oh, she said that at 6:31, 10 minutes ago. Did you say it before I even asked you? Okay. So Melissa, she's out of Indiana. She's covered the Delphi case, and we've covered Sebastian Rogers' case. She's been rather ill for quite a while lately and stuff like that. So I don't tend to like to bug her too much because, she's been having a real hard time with her breathing and different things. Why was his mom mad? Why was his mom mad? In which way do you mean, Sharon? So let me see if I have a picture. 1 second. I might have taken it on my... Yeah, I think I took it on my iPad. 1 sec. Well, I'm not probably going to post it today, but I think there's a picture of Daniel, his brother, and his mom. So Daniel's mom, so just to get everybody organized again, Daniel's mom is Janie Mackenzie, that lives in that trailer. I don't know if Justin Martell, the brother of Daniel, lives in that trailer as well. It's been said to her, but I don't know about that and if it's confirmed or not. Okay. Now, Belinda Gray is Cody Lee Sullivan's mother, which is the biological father that lives in Prince George, BC over here. But Belinda Gray is the biological grandmother of Jack and Lily. And so then you have Cindy Murray, which is Malaya's mother. And then Joseph Brooks, which is Malaya's father. Now, they're not together, the mother and father. And it was said that Malaya went off to Wentworth to her mom's home. And basically that was where she's gone since the 3rd. But to me, let me just read some of your guys' comments here. Sorry. Hi, Bebopalula. Also, why won't the CAS let him see the baby? Well, CPS, because the answer that because he's the one that told us, right, that he's not allowed to see the baby. And the reason why is that what he said was because basically they want to keep the baby protected as much as possible. Okay, 1 second here. Hello, Missy.
Hey,
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good. Here, let me just squeeze you over a little bit there. Okay. So, have you been kind of following this case a little bit there, Melissa?
So I've caught bits and pieces of a couple of your lives. Like, I've not actually been able to sit down and study it because everything's been, I swear, if it could go wrong, it has. Between my health and the tornadoes and everything else, it's just absolutely crazy. But I mean, I've caught bits and pieces, like I said, but I haven't really been able to, follow it. But my question, like I said in the chat, okay, I voted family involvement. But for me, that could mean a couple of different things. Either mom or stepdad, as they're calling it, did something intentionally, or like you said, were there drugs in the home? Like, were they addicts? Do we know?
We don't know. We don't know for sure. We don't
Okay.
know. Well, that's just speculation.
So
Yeah.
for me, it's like, like you said a while ago, I had caught in one of your lives that you said that the kids had been sick and been out of school for a couple of days, right?
The girl, Lily, is the one that had the cough. As far as we've been told, it was Lily, and they had PD day, so they were dropped off by the bus driver on Tuesday. That was the last known setting that we know of in the public. Not to say another family member didn't see them on the Tuesday night, Wednesday, Thursday, or even Friday for that matter. But that's all we know, right? So then it becomes just speculation. So they had a PD day on Wednesday. Then they called into school for the Thursday, and neither of
Hold
them
on.
went.
What's a PD day?
A professional development day. So what do you guys call it? So we have these days where the teachers basically have a meeting in a sense, all the teachers, and we call it professional development day, which is called PD day. What do you guys?
We call it teacher something.
Oh, okay.
It's been so long since my kids were in school, but it's basically we call it teacher something or other. I don't remember now exactly. Somebody in chat will probably say it, but
Yeah.
So my thing is, okay, if one of them was sick, right? Like you said, did they overdose them on medicine? Whether or not, like, I'm not saying they did it intentionally, but I've got kids. You've got a son. Okay, when you first have a baby, you're like, kind of everything's going, right? So is it possible that they gave one of them medicine and left it on the counter because they knew they were going to use it again? And one of the kids got into it. But one thing that got me is and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought I heard you say in one of the lives, and like I said, I've only caught bits and pieces, but I thought you said in one of them that the kids didn't go outside. Yeah, teacher in service day. But I thought you said that the kids didn't go outside without supervision, but yet they went outside. But then in another part, it seemed like they made it almost sound like the kids went outside on a regular basis. So, like, even though I say family involvement, that could also be an overdose, whether it's drugs or cold medicine that they got into. Or my other theory is, because didn't the little girl, did I hear you say that she took her backpack?
Correct. This picture.
So could she have possibly been trying to go to school and been taken? Like, have they done a dog track or anything?
Yeah. The dog tracks don't go past the end of the yard where the bus would pick them up. And there was a footprint in the back of the house, on the backyard. That was about it. But nothing ever was said about it. We don't know. So a few things there. According to the mother, even though she said an odd sentence, basically, and I don't believe this for 1 second, regardless, is that she said that they didn't go outside unless basically they were being supervised by them. I call bullshit on that, because even in a regular household, trust me, you got a big ass yard there. You're going to let your kids play out in the back while you're sitting there listening to them play or whatever. And you're just going to kind of let your kids roam and do a little check on them all the time. And that's a normal thing to happen. It's not like they're going to run out into the street and get hit by a car type of house. It's a backyard, fenced in for the most part, but basically they're trying to make it seem like that they were only allowed outside when they were being supervised. And I call bullshit on that, because why would they sneak out of the house for something that they knew that they weren't supposed to do? And she also did make this comment about, like they both did, but about the sliding silent basically door that you couldn't hear. Well, obviously, to even make that comment, you would have to know that you couldn't hear this door prior to this happening, in a sense. So does that mean that the kids would come in and out and they didn't know because the door doesn't make that much noise? Because in order to reference the silent door, in a sense. They would have to know that something happened to become where you wouldn't hear somebody come in. That only makes sense. Maybe those are those things that they don't realize are a slip up, because again, it's not like they're referencing obviously that something has happened before where they couldn't hear somebody come in or the kids come in or something, to reference that it was a silent door, and they referenced it like it was, it has happened many times type of thing. There's my
How
adopted
old was the
son,
baby?
16 months
You
old is
said
what
they
they're
had a
saying.
baby.
Yes, Meadow.
Okay. So did mom and dad not get up early? And when you have kids, they wake up at night, especially at that age. Was the baby not waking them up? Like, why were they? If your
Well,
kids are up, you get up. Like, that's what you do as a parent.
Yeah, like I don't want to be too hard on them for that, to be honest with you, because I mean, like typically, like if my son was playing in his room and I knew he was, am I gonna get up and just sit here there in his room with him, or I'm gonna be like, hey Matt, Mama's just gonna go downstairs and get the dishes done while you're playing in here and stuff like that. So to think that every parent, like, and I considered myself, my son's 28 now, but I considered myself, like, if you wanted to ever let me babysit your kids, you would definitely have that mother that just literally protects the children to make sure that they're in no harm's way. But you know what? We all do things that, can turn around for a second and they're gone. It happened to me in the store in Zellers, I think it was. No, it was Sears. And the kids, I had Haley, and there she ran off, and Matthew got out of the crib or the stroller and runs off because it was like a double seated. And the minute I'm trying to run one, then the other one disappears, then that one disappears. And oh my God, it just sends you for a panic attack so fast. But I just like, I don't want to come down too hard on them, in the sense of, is that it's no different than me saying that the kids played out in the backyard and they're trying to make themselves look like these freaking angels of parents that only supervise them. Come on now. We all know that most
Well,
times,
I'm not saying that they have to be stuck to the kid's side. What I mean
yeah,
by you would be up is you would be awake. You would be listening, right? You're not gonna, if you know your kids are up and they're playing, even if you're in bed, you're still gonna be awake and listening for your children at that age. I may not have been right by their side, but I was listening.
I get it, but that would, to me, that would be in a perfect world. So, like, let's just say that their story is truthful, right? Could I picture that they're lying in bed? Maybe Daniel's awake, she's in bed with the baby. You know how it is with a baby. You're freaking exhausted when you're taking care of a child, especially if you're in their bed, and then you hear the kids playing. Is it unthinkable to think that all of a sudden it's kind of like when I'm working at the hotel when I used to, and that I would never hear the music playing because I would drown it out. So, if they have a child in the room, and then all of a sudden they know that the kids are playing and then they don't hear them, to think that that can't happen or is impossible. Like, what I'm trying to say here, Melissa, is that this happens multiple times, really, that the parents could be awake or one's awake, they got a baby in the room, and the other children are just simply playing, in their rooms, in the living room, in the kitchen, not usually the kitchen, but however their place is set up. And then something happened where all of a sudden you're like, whoa, time has gone by, and you're like, wait, why I'm not hearing anything. The problem that I have here with this couple is that how it's being told doesn't sound like it's authentic. It sounds like a story being told. So it's not, it's just, as a parent, I just think that in a perfect world, in a perfect bubble, we can judge people so many different ways, and stuff like that, and act like we don't have shit in our own closets because we're not perfect and we do the best we can. But in this case, it's just because I don't really buy the way that the mother speaks is not authentic. It's very, it feels very contrived, and it feels like a story being told versus someone that's in a real panic to find their children and blah 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 blah. There's something that happened to me with Daniel, that her family is accusing him of having something to do with their disappearance. And so that leads me to think, okay, was there something? Was there some sort of drugs in the house? Whether it was a medication drug, did they come out to find that there was 2 children that were deceased? Did it even happen on that day? Type of thing. So it's these little question marks. The knapsack, did they, if they had something to do with it, then they're going to take the knapsack and plant it off somewhere, or take it somewhere and get rid of it to make it seem like it was an abduction. Or was it truly an abduction? Like, I would have thought at this point that we would have heard, to be honest with you, of an arrest by now. But maybe that search that they were doing on Saturday wasn't so much based on like whatever knowledge that they have. Maybe it was simply them trying to find bodies of the kids, and that they had to still do their due diligence and relook over the area. Even if they felt like that wasn't the line that they were going down, but you still have to ensure that, I just don't know. I don't know where I sit with how I feel about what the police know now and what they don't know. I don't know.
So, like somebody just said, Davy, sorry. He said, just like Megan Boswell. Exactly. It's like when I had caught on one of your lives just a little bit, like a couple seconds or, well, about a minute of the mom talking. And it's like, you're not showing, for me, I don't know about everybody else, but it wasn't authentic. It wasn't genuine. It felt like it was a rehearsed, hey, this is our story and we need to stick to it type deal for me. And it's like, that's when I asked you the other night, did they find human excrement, poop, whatever you want to call it? Because those children, the youngest one, I think you said, is in a pull-up. So he's not going to keep that on. And why is he in a pull-up at 4? I mean, maybe because it was nighttime. I don't know. But, he's going to take that off, right? So if they go off in the woods, let's just go down that avenue for me. If they went off in the woods, then for me, they would have found the pull-up or diaper, whatever you want to call it. They would have found traces, footprints, and for me. So it's like, for me, it doesn't make sense that they went off in the woods by themselves. That just, to me, doesn't ring true.
Right. Well, I mean, so what's the fabrication? Is it the fact, Melissa, that the parents are trying to tell us a story that, we always watch them. They were never allowed to go outside. And then kind of like Sebastian Rogers, everything that they wouldn't do, they suddenly did this day. Not only did they suddenly do this, but then they suddenly got abducted and went missing on this time that they never go outside without being right. So where's the fabrication? Which one? What's the truth? What's not the truth? Right? Because I don't believe
for me, it feels like it was something common. For me, it feels like the kids going outside by themselves was common. But they don't want to say that it was common because they don't want to look bad. In my opinion, that's just kind of the vibe I got. But like I said, I haven't really been able to catch a full live on this. I've caught bits and pieces, and I've been trying to make it make sense, but it just isn't making any sense. It's not adding up. 1 + 1 is equaling 3, not 2. I mean, it just doesn't, for me. Like, one of the biggest red flags is how the mother talks. Another red flag for me is they split up so quick. The mom and stepdad, as you refer to him, they ended their relationship. So for me, it's like, why did you end your relationship? Did you know something that you're not telling?
Right. Well, that's the point, right? Is that she didn't is that why would she have left, right? Like, and all of a sudden, like, something happened that day. And I think that I think it, for me personally, I think it's because she's blaming Daniel for what happened to these children. And whether it's both of them covering it up, or maybe it happened on the day that Daniel was at work. And but either way, it just comes off like, I don't know, it just comes off like it's not truthful. This the whole story. And then it starts leading you down. Okay, well, we don't know when they were last seen, right? Some people, I think in one article I might have seen where the grandma said something, but not Cindy. I can't remember, but it's not one of those things that you keep seeing, like, well, this grandma seen them on this day or this day. I wish that they would update us, to the public on that. Stop that part of the speculation. If you can limit that type of speculation, right, and just be more very transparent in what you're transmitting to the public, there's no harm in letting us know what day they were last seen on, right? If someone's seen them on Wednesday, Thursday, what's the harm? If the parents are telling the truth, what's the harm, right? If the police feel like
Do we
it was
know? Do you know, or does anybody know? I'm asking you because I've seen you've covered this a lot, so I know you're looking into it because I know how you are. Do we know if there is a history of CPS reports like Sebastian's case? Do we know any of that? Like, I don't know. It seems weird that they're letting them, if I remember correctly, somebody, I don't know if it was you or Charmaine or who, said that they're allowing the mom to have supervised visits, but not him.
We don't know that. We don't know if the child is with CPS or is with the mother. We don't know that. We know that Daniel said that he doesn't have access to his child. That we know. What? You might just want to refresh the page, and then the poll should show up there for you on there.
You can also just click at the top where it says poll, and it'll pull it back
yeah, he's
down.
gonna keep disappearing. I'm not sure what. Rainbow Obsidian says, one of the things that Daniel said that I can't shake is, I will yeah, you're right. That one is a very odd, strange line. Should he have said it that way? That reminds me of
Christopher Proudfoot.
Yeah, that reminds me too. I will probably be looking for them forever. Right. If you're putting a forever, that's a finale. Like that's like that they're never going to be found. So should that statement be true that he said that? Because there's another. So this is what I try to reel in the best I can. Is there was an article out there, and I didn't want to promote it because I knew it was a bullshit that they had either misquoted or misconstrued. Trust me, you guys, when it comes to the news, no matter if there's CTV news or other big news, when there comes to the online news that you read, okay, trust me, all I had to do was follow the Nicola Bully case to see so many mistakes and the confusion happening because this place said this, then this one said it differently. And that's kind of what happened in this CTV, I think it was CTV News one, I think it was, where it said that Daniel said he heard the sliding door. I call bullshit on that article. Okay. Daniel is not going to sit there and after all the time of speaking and talking about a quiet door, that guy ain't no dumbass that way and is going to sit there and say, well, actually, you know what? In this article, I'm going to say that I heard the sliding glass door and it was within minutes type of thing. That way I was looking for them. Okay. That reminds me of Joseph Morris when he manipulates an article and changes the wording into a CTV news article where you can edit and stuff like that. And that's what reminds me of when somebody does bullshit like that. And whether they're just incompetent in their what's the word I'm trying to use in the article. But so I call bullshit on that one. Okay. It's not about being lenient towards, say, anybody. It's just common sense says that if for this whole time you've heard the same story and then one article has that part different, well, again, God gave you brain cells and he expects you to use them, And the other thing that's kind of bugging me right now that I see going on is this whole 8 a.m. Okay. So when you hear the dispatch audio on Plunder, when she plays it, it says, what time were they last seen? And the guy says 8 o'clock, right? Because that's what they said. 8 o'clock is basically the last time that the kids have kind of been coming in and out, but the last time that they can recall was around 8 o'clock. Now, again, this is where God gave people brains. Okay. So this other officer that's repeating the time says, how long have they been gone? The way it's repeated to him was 8 o'clock. So now you have this inconsistency that started off with the audio that said that they were last seen at 8 o'clock while the parents were in the bedroom. And then you have this other audio part from the dispatcher where this other officer is saying, how long have they been gone? And he said, since 8. So now people are like, oh my God.
How did they see them if they were in the bedroom?
Because they said Lily was coming in and out. And that's why he knew Lily had on a pink shirt. Now, this is their story regardless. Okay. But the thing is that you can play 2 audios. And like I said, you can either sit there and write off of the fact that, oh, how long have they been gone? Since 8. No, that's not what was said. It was said in that audio, yes. So don't misunderstand me. In one piece of the audio dispatch, it's asked about that. But at the start part of the audio, it was that they were last seen at 8 by the parents. They were in the bedroom. And I'll play those for you in just a moment. But the thing is that now you're going to have all these freaking YouTubers going, well, Daniel had 2 hours before they even called, stuff like that. And I'm like, come on, people, get a little bit of a grip on life, right? Because come on, you always try to make the most sense out of what makes sense. They said that it was around 8 o'clock that they last seen the children, in a sense, meaning that that's when they last. She was in and out of consciousness. I'm just going by the story and how it's been represented. But the thing is that the public now is going to sit there and play off of the fact that the one officer says, how long have they been gone? And the other guy says since 8 o'clock. But that's not how it truly, meaning, it's like the telephone game. You tell the original person says this, and then as it gets passed along, it becomes 8 o'clock was the last time, as if like they were, but that's when they were last seen, okay, by the parents. It's not that Daniel had 2 hours to rip around in his car and da-da-da-da-da. Trust me, if the kids were gone, they were probably gone on the Wednesday or the Thursday and not the Friday. The Friday was just the story day that I think it was like one channel I was watching, which made sense to me. And it might have been that Mike Damon guy, where it's kind of like, okay, so they have PD day on the Wednesday. They call into school for a cough on the Thursday. Friday comes along, they go missing. Well, at some point you're going to have to call because somebody's going to realize that these kids are missing regardless. And if they're not to school on the Monday. So I don't even know for sure that these children did disappear on the Friday as much as that was storytelling day, perhaps. We don't know. Just don't know. It's just all speculation. But it's just that now I can see people just writing off this whole 8 o'clock thing. And all I say to everybody is just do your due diligence and look at it logically and critically when you're looking at the information. And so here, let me hold on. Melissa, do you have anything to say before I play a couple clips?
No, not yet. I mean, like I said, I've only caught bits and pieces, so I'm glad I'm able to, and I'm well enough tonight to be on here so you can kind of fill me in.
Yeah. Can you play the bit where she says they were playing outside? you talking about, Patricia, are you talking about the mother? Are you talking about the mother's interview? Let me know if you're talking about that. Just reference what you're speaking about on that part. Okay. So we're going to go to, only because I found it at the end of his. Hold on. Let me shut that down. Okay. So let's go to plunder first. We'll go to plunder first. Okay. And you guys, if you're not subscribed to Plunder, you should. She does amazing videos. She's one of the best creators to me that compacts so much into as much as she can during her videos. If ever you're following a case and really just want a big crunch of information, then okay, I'll come back to that, Patricia.
I really like Plunder.
I love, yes, I used to fall asleep.
She's good.
So this part of Plunder, I think it's about the 153 mark. So this is just listen to what she's saying, okay? And she's talking about the 8 a.m. So let me go back to where her channel is here. Okay. So let me get the booster juice on. Okay.
I've heard so many conflicting reports. As you'll hear, or you might have just heard, one dispatcher is saying they were last seen at 8 a.m.
in their bedroom 8 o'clock this morning, and they haven't been seen since then. I need to get a good statement and figure stuff out. Corporal McGinnis, can you copy there? I think your Corporal's body.
Young children being missing this long. So now they're trying to put the pieces together on Friday morning. I've heard so many conflicting reports. As you'll hear, or you might have just heard, one dispatcher is saying they were last seen at 8 a.m.
in their bedroom 8 o'clock this morning, and they haven't been seen since then. I need to get a good statement and figure stuff out. Corporal McGinnis, can you copy there? I think your Corporal's body.
Okay, so that was Plunder, you guys. So just give me 1 second here. Stop screen, share screen. Now let me go to, I think, Evil Exists, and it's right at the very end. It says, how have they been gone long? And it says time 8. Okay. So let me play. It's right at the very end. So let me just get that and play that. Goodness gracious, I got so many tabs open here. Okay.
The details,
can't really hear that, can ya? Or can ya? Hold on. Maybe I gotta turn up my own volume. 1 second. Because like it's literally right at the end here. So let me just go back just a little bit. Okay, hit play. Yeah, wrong one. This one.
Okay, 10-4, thanks for the info. Okay, 10-4. Otherwise, what are the details? Have they been gone a long time? 0800.
Okay, so that one says, right, 0800 on there. But again, to me, this is using common sense. Is that why would they have said that the children were coming in? They called pretty much what they said was about 9:40, but it's I think it's more clocked at around 10 o'clock that they called in. So it makes sense that they're using this, whether it's a story or not. It makes sense that they're saying that they were in bed, she was in and out of sleeping, the children were playing, Lily was coming in and out of the room, and then they could hear Jack in the kitchen, right? Regardless if the story is true or not. The story that they're basically saying is around 8 o'clock. Basically, the children were awake, coming in. Lily was coming into the room. They're not going to sit there and, trust me, go, oh, well, let's 8 o'clock and then we're going to call it 10 o'clock. Again, because if they are doing a story, they're trying to get it straight. And that's how it comes across. So to me, like, you guys can never think what you want about it regardless, but I try to use logical thinking myself on this one. And for me, I would go, if they're telling a story, regardless if it's truthful or not. 8 o'clock, they woke up. Children, or at least Lily, was coming in and out of the room, right? They're talking about a time here. And then all of a sudden, so he says, that, or no, okay. She tells him, remember that weird sentence? She tells him, do you hear the kids? She tells him, do you hear the kids? Right? This Malala doesn't make sense at all. And then Malaya, she doesn't make sense at all in her whole interview. But she tells him, again, that reminds me of somebody that the whole thing just reminds me of red flags. Like, if I honestly listen to it from start to finish, I just see red flags. Melissa, I'm going to play her thing in a moment. Actually, I'm going to play it now. Is that chocolate milk? If so, I'm jealous.
No, it's my big gallon of tea. So real quick before you play that, so I can get this straight in my head, because like I said, I've not caught all of this. So the parents are saying that they hadn't seen the kids since 8.
Right.
But they didn't call the police, 911, whatever it is, there until 10.
Well, that's it. That's just it, right? Is that the one is saying, well, basically the one is saying that they hadn't seen the kids since 8, but basically that they were sleeping and they were with the child Meadow in the bedroom, but that Lily had come in and out of the room, and whatever happened, falling asleep again or whatever. Then they Malaya says to Daniel, what did she say again? Tell me, did you hear the kids?
And that's kind of normal, as a parent, too. Like, if you hear your kids playing and then all of a sudden it gets quiet, you're like, what are they into?
What are they into?
What are they doing? Because when it gets quiet is when you got to worry.
Yeah. So the way I'm whether people believe this story or not, whatever you want to deem, is that it sounds like a contrived story that's being said, is what it comes across like, regardless. They could be totally innocent of anything, but the way it comes across and is presented, it's like someone that's making the stuff up and doesn't know how to lie properly. So she's searching her brain as to what to say. And that's why she's stubbing over her own words, tripping over her tongue multiple times. That's why she's carrying out. But I'm going to play that interview. This interview bugs the heck out of me, to be honest with you. And again, if kind of like the Christopher Proudfoot case, could be the most innocent, guilty people, innocent or guilty, innocent people, however we said that. But it reminds me of that, because it's like, for them, it was like, well, it was 9 o'clock or it was 10 o'clock when I heard him. And then, hours later, oh, he's missing. Well, so I'll play the thing right now.
Just staying as hopeful as possible. I want them home. I want to hold them. And I want them home. What happened was we woke up. I heard them playing in the next room beside us.
Okay, so now she was asked what happened, right? And then she's saying, well, what happened was, right? Which is a very odd way to say something. Well, what happened was, as if it's like, well, let me just tell you what happened, and it's like you're telling a story. This doesn't come across like that, but I'll just play it out, Melissa, and then we can go back
what
to
got me with that, Sunny?
Yeah.
What got me with what you just played, that little bit? So she's, I'm going to air quote, crying here. And then those tears don't actually come. And then all of a sudden it's like, not crying anymore. That was weird. Her demeanor in that few seconds was off.
This whole interview to me is off. I've never seen a particular interview, especially someone's first interview. And again, it's not accusing Malaya, but I'm talking about when you're visually listening to what she's saying. For me, this is from start to finish a red flag the whole way through. There's nothing in this interview that makes sense. There's nothing in this interview that's reminding me of someone that's desperate. And I'm not that person to sit there and go, well, here, let me think of 1,000 reasons why this should make sense. To me, if it doesn't ring truthful to the ear, and it's because something is off. Now, some people are trying to say like, well, maybe she has some sort of, mental health issues going on, or maybe she has autism herself and stuff like that. I don't make excuses for stuff like this. I don't give a shit if you have autism, if you have anything. If you're a missing parent of two children gone missing, I'm not going to be sitting there, the next day and you still haven't found my children. I would be the first day that they're looking for them. I would be, you know what, they're going to find them. They've only been gone, 20 minutes, according to the story. How far could they possibly have gotten? They're going to be found. That's all kind of what we thought. We thought the same thing kind of with Sebastian Rogers' case. And then the night goes over and she does this interview. At that point, I don't give a shit who you are. You are going to be in a state of anxiety. You're literally just going to be crumbling at the seams because now you spent a whole night not knowing where your two children are. And this is the interview that I'm seeing, that an interview that comes off like you're telling a story. There's no tears rolling down your eyes. I'm not buying this whole, well, maybe she's numb. Like, that's not my way. It might be somebody else's, right, LaPath, wherever you are. But it's not my way of, to me, what we typically see from truly grieving parents. We could be totally wrong, but you know what? Most times we are not. When a lot of people think the same way, see the same flags, in a lot of ways. I'm talking about not the people that are off on the moon thinking, but the critical people that think logically about, does this make sense what I'm hearing? Does it sound right to my ear? Are her emotions matching what she's saying? No, it's a red flag through the whole thing. But let me play it out and we can come back to any points.
And I was drifting in and out of sleep, and they're not the type of kids that we tell them.
What?
So something that I think it was, hold on, let me look here. Listen back now. Okay, so Rainbow Obsidian said, one of the things that she says is, I hope they are, and then a pause, and then warm, not safe even. And that seems weird. Like that, her, and her, back to the crying and stuff, her eyes didn't seem, for me, in my opinion, it didn't seem like she had been crying. Like when my son was missing, I was a wreck. My eyes were puffy. I was crying. I was frantic.
Absolutely.
The entire week. Like, and I don't see that with her. I might be wrong, but I don't see it. But go ahead and play it out, and then I'll jump in.
And think of the Orrin and Orson case. Think of Jacqueline and whatever his name was again, Trezell. Think about them when they were given their interview. Just how kind of nonchalant they were when they were given that interview about the two boys that were missing. Guilty as fuck. But, so that's what this kind of reminds me of. Someone that's just ho-humming, trying to tell a story. She says these weird things along the way, over talks about how much the kids talk. And it just is just odd. Like I said, I've talked about this many times. You're literally, it's raining, and then you're saying, well, today's warm, or today's sunny out, so I hope they're nice and warm. Are you kidding me? Who the hell says something like that? Besides somebody.
No, I hope they're safe. I hope they're eating. I hope they're, everything else, not warm. It would be, I hope they're eating. I hope they're safe. I hope they're,
right.
If somebody has them, please bring them back.
Yeah. So let me play
not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them. And they happen to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens. And they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time. And the next thing we knew, it was quiet. And we get up, and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no. And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911. I just had the instinct I needed to call. They're both really go-lucky children. They're so sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off. They will speak to anyone in a store. Everyone. They're just extremely sweet kids. I appreciate the huge search effort going on right now. But we've been pushing for an Amber Alert, which hasn't been issued. Not just that they could possibly be abducted, which it is a possibility that they could have been, but just an alert to let everyone know that they are missing. We had...
I gotta stop it there, because that part bugged me right there when I just heard it now. And then, so how she's talking, and then she says this.
They're missing. We had people text me saying that...
Hold on, did I miss it?
Let everyone know that they are missing. We had people text me, issued, not just that they could possibly be abducted, which it is a possibility.
It's the way she says that. And then she's like, and they could have been abducted. And then she's like, and it is a possibility. As if to say like, but to say it almost in a different tone. Because remember, the whole line was that the children were abducted. Right? So I'll come back to that whole taking the fall for that Malay is trying to set him up. Daniel, I'll come back to that after. But every time I listen to this interview, there's always something that stands out to me, like more like a sore thumb. And it was just kind of way she said, and they could have been abducted, type of thing, and they could have been abducted. It's not say that they couldn't.
Her demeanor is really off. Her tone and the way she's talking,
I know.
is
odd. It's all odd. Let's just get real, okay, Malayla? Doesn't mean you're guilty, but this interview is one of the worst ones I've personally ever seen somebody give for their missing child the next day, and has such red flags written all over it. Okay, this is not a normal interview. I don't care how somebody else wants to slice or dice it or whatever. There's being realistic to what you're hearing and making excuses for bullshit. And to me, this interview, again, if she's has no knowledge. And let me put it this way. It's really hard for me to believe that there's no family involvement in this. Is it a possibility it's something else? Yes, of course there it is. But the biggest red flag out of all this, besides the one I've already talked about the family accusing Daniel, is this whole entire interview. This interview is just a huge red flag that is just every time you listen to it, every word that comes out of her mouth, every action that she's doing or not doing and stuff like that, it's just a huge red flag this whole interview through. And when it doesn't make sense, it's because it doesn't make sense. There's something off with this interview. And I think that we're all pretty wise to that, right? That there's just something off about this whole entire interview. It's clear as day from start to finish, the oddities of this interview. These are not natural sounding people, or a person that is devastated that her kids have disappeared, that's, begging for the help of the public. That's even, she doesn't mention their names. But let me play it out before I keep going on. I could go on and on about this interview. It drives me that nuts listening to it.
But just an alert to let everyone know that they are missing. We had people text me saying that they weren't aware someone else let them know that they were missing, and it would just be nice if everyone could be alerted. We thought maybe that we found tracks, but it's still uncertain. It's been raining and they're probably soaking wet, but with the sun today, I'm hopeful that they are feeling warm. We're all filled with pain and sorrow because we just want them found. We want them home. Everyone loves them. They are definitely verbal, and they do have possible autism, but it's not extreme autism. It's just they have issues with school, and they don't catch up with the other kids. I just want to remain hopeful. But there's always, in a mother's mind, you're always thinking the worst.
Can you stop it there
Last
for a
night was one
second?
of the worst nights because I didn't have them in their beds.
1 second, it's almost over.
And I don't want to go through that another night without them.
Oh, that's where hers ends. Which is the part that you're referring to?
Like, I don't know, it was like 30 seconds back. It's almost as far as when she said maybe they were abducted or somebody took them earlier. It was almost as if, in my opinion, and the way I read the body language and what she was saying and the tone was, I know what happened, but yeah, I better say this so that everybody can think that. Like, it just, like, is the 4-year-old even in school? How are you going to say they have problems in school? Is he even in school?
Yes. So the bus driver put a little tag that said Jack and Lily on the spot. So he's in like preliminary school or whatever, pre-kindergarten type of thing.
Pre-K.
So yeah, so it's only a school that has like what, 92 children or something like that.
And the way she said, now I get what I think it was Patricia said. The way she said, today's a warmer day, and I hope they're warm. It's like,
so we'll go through this again, Melissa, with your perception on this, and we'll discuss it. And the of course chat can as well. Okay, so we have broken this down before, but I tell you, this interview drives me batty for what she does say. So we'll play it again from the start, and then we'll just hit those. Like,
just staying as hopeful as possible. I want them home.
That part.
I want to hold them.
Okay, what part bugs you about that?
Is, I forget how she said it. My brain ain't working. I'm on my meds.
Staying as hopeful as possible. I want them home.
There. I want to remain hopeful as possible. No, honey, you would say, I'm hopeful that they're okay. I'm hopeful they're, all right. And when she said that today's a warmer day and I hope they're warm.
No, that's later.
Not.
We'll come back to that.
Let's play it out and then I'll go through it.
Well, we're not going to play it. We're just going to stop it and we'll come back. We'll come to that part as it plays and discuss it at that point. But we'll just go through. Okay.
And I want them home. What happened was we woke up, I heard them playing in the next room beside us, and I was drifting.
I heard them playing in the next room beside us.
Okay. But yet later on she said that she wasn't aware. But yet you heard them playing beside you?
Well, see, Daniel, I know this is where it's kind of like you have to try to put together what they're kind of both saying there, because she was in and out of consciousness and she heard them, but yet, what do you mean you heard them? So were you out cold every time Lily came into the bedroom? Because I'm pretty sure you probably weren't. Children aren't that quiet. But anyway, so Daniel's the only one that's seen Lily, but she only heard them.
In and out of sleep, and they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go out.
Okay, what she was gonna say there was they're not the type of kids to go outside on their own. Basically, that's what she was gonna say, but then she changed her sentence mid-through.
And they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own.
And then we tell them not to go outside. So she was gonna say they're not the type of kids to go outside. And then she cuts it there and says, about going out there on that they know not to go out there on their own. And then
Always make sure that we're out there with them.
Make sure that we're out there with them.
We always make sure we're out there with them. So which is it? Did they go outside by themselves, or do you always make sure you're out there with them? You can't have it both ways.
Correct. Right. So these children, they know better, right? So if your children know better not to go outside on their own and you're always out there with them, but all of a sudden on this miraculous day that they go missing, they decide to break all rules, not only go outside, but then disappear just like that. Sebastian Rogers case, same thing, right? Sebastian Rogers doesn't go out with his shoes, on or off type of thing. Sebastian Rogers has never run away from home. Sebastian Rogers doesn't do this or that, but miraculously, Sebastian Rogers did everything that day and then disappeared. This is exactly what this reminds me of. That the kids don't go outside on their own. They know better to do that because we're always out there like the good parents we are watching them. And guess what? Not only did they do that, but then they also disappeared. Took the little knapsack, apparently, it's going by what they're saying, took the little knapsack, put on their little booties, wore the same clothes they were probably wearing the same night before type of idea, if they even disappeared on the Friday. But we're just going with their storyline in a sense. But in this case, Malaya's. So, okay.
Watching them, and they happen to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens.
See? They just happen to get out the sliding door, and you can't hear it when it opens. How would you know that unless it's happened before with something or somebody?
Yeah, I caught that too and thought that. It's like they just happened to.
Right.
And it's like, I don't know that that's the wording I would have used.
But, well, the thing is that if you can tell when she's talking here,
watching them,
she's specifically inserting there, just like she's going to insert there. She's inserting that basically these children don't go out the door without us watching them. She has to make sure she gets that in there, right? About the watching.
They happen to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it.
Right. They just happen to get out that slide and you can't hear it. Again, to me, that's someone that, right, because in their head, if they know that, say there's guilt of something going on, they're inserting things to almost like to deviate from you thinking but to us, those are red flags because you've inserted now that the children never go out there without them, and you want us to know that you're watching them all the time, but they never go out. And then you're also telling us that, hey, my brain's melted too. What was the last thing I just said? Oh, about 1 second.
And they happen to just get out that sliding door.
Get that sliding glass door. And
I hate that.
Can't hear. Huh? So
I hate the way she's wording it. They just happen to go out the sliding door, but we can't hear it. Then how do you know they went out the sliding door?
And we can't hear it when it opens.
If you can't hear it and you didn't see it, then how are you going to say they just happened? Well, it was just a thud.
But there's only two, right? It was just a thud, like Sebastian. It was just a thud. Every night I usually hear just a thud in my son's room. Sebastian Rogers case, just a thud. It was just a thud, guys. I mean, if you hear a thud in your kid's room and it's pretty loud, your freaking ass isn't going to get off that couch when you're talking to Christopher Proudfoot for 2 hour and 15-minute conversation. And it's just a thud. It's just a thud. The sun disappears, but it's just a thud that I heard at 10 o'clock at night. Just a thud. But yeah. So, but she's totally inserting these things for us so that they makes them look good, to make it seem like, well, we don't hear this sliding glass door, so they just happen to get out there, and it's a door that we don't hear. And again, if it's a door that you don't hear, obviously the kids probably have come in and out that door without you hearing them then, and you got some good ass WD-40 on that hunk shit of a trailer home that you have over there that looks like it's freaking got the rust going on and everything. I'm sorry, you can't sell shit unless you double D40 that freaking door so that you didn't hear the squeakiness, even on a silent door. And I've had what I call a silent sliding door, but you still hear the rollers go. No matter how silent that door is, you still hear the rollers. So do you think that the kids were like, and
another thing that gets me, if you watch her body language when she says that, right, she breaks eye contact and looks down when she says they went out the sliding door. They just happened to go out the sliding door. She looks down, her eyes kind of furrow, and it's like she's trying. It reminds me of the Katie Proudfoot of, I gotta try to remember the details in the story.
So do you remember how Daniel says that he's always on the kids to remind them to close the door? You don't think that that's probably because they're playing outside and that the kids keep leaving the door open and they're like, shut the door, because he says he's always. So I think to me, it's just when amateurs are lying and what they're saying they think is believable, but yet they're doing all these little, slip tongue things, over tripping themselves by words, because of course, that's what we look for. We want to look for honesty and sincerity in what's being said to them. They're not sitting there like they're trying to say, let's say it's all just a hunk of shit lie, right? Again, they're not wise enough, or they haven't committed enough of these crimes to probably be, very fluent in how they're speaking in a sense. So they're saying things that they think sound good, but really they don't realize that they're tripping over their tongues. At least I want to say Malayla the most, because it's her interview that bugs me. Daniel's is different. Daniel does have more of a convincing, like his comes off as more authentic, not to say it is, but it comes off as someone that is more authentic. Even though I'm a 50-50 on him, I don't know what the hell's going on with this case. I don't know if she's trying to pull the wool over his eyes. Bottom line is, though, at the end of the day, these two have told the story together for Friday, right? So I can't really see, unless she's trying to make him the fall guy. But do you honestly think that he's going to let her get it? Like, let's say she did something and he was trying to help her cover it up and something really happened on more her watch, but and she's playing the victim by running to her mom's house and the family's blaming Daniel. Bottom line is, two people said, Daniel and Malaya have said that these children went outside through this silent glass sliding door, that they were in bed and stuff like that. So there's no innocence about that if they're both telling a lie there, right? It means then that there's not this manipulation to me on Malaya's part, because they're both telling a story. And if Malaya runs to her house and blocks him and blah, 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 you never kind of hear from her pretty much since. I don't think that Daniel's going to keep his mouth shut. If he's getting blamed for something that, say, he didn't do, and trying to help her cover up something, right? Especially if she goes home and blocks them and stuff. I don't think that this is all one of those things where, well, it's all part of the big master plan that she leaves and blocks him and does all that. When something is always way closer to home than these far-fetched type of thinking ideas. So that part doesn't make sense to me. They've tied themselves together in the morning that they were both looking for, or that the children basically got out through this door. Anyways, we're not even too far into this. And again, it's just red flag.
And they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time. And
we weren't aware of it.
Right. So the only two ways, of course, Melissa, would be that there was camera footage, or that the mother or brother had saw the children or heard the children in the background. In order for her to even make that statement, one of those other two things had to be true. And we don't know if they are true or not, because she says in hindsight. But again, she's telling us, but this is what happened, but we weren't aware of it at the time.
And you said this interview is the day after the kids went missing?
Mm-hmm. May 3rd. So
the next
yeah,
thing we knew,
then it just
was
ringing
quiet.
true.
And we get up and I tell him, my partner, Daniel.
I tell him. I don't ask him, because I usually always say, I tell my husband, do you hear the kids, husband? I'm telling you, husband. I'm telling you again, do you hear those kids? Who says that? Who even usually misconstrues?
You would say I ask.
Well, that's just
you wouldn't say I tell, you would say I ask.
I mean, how many times in your life can everyone that's watching right now think of that they literally woke up and said, I tell my husband, did you hear the kids? How many times do you honestly think that you made that slip up in your life to say, I tell him? I can't think of one time I ever said to my ex-husband with my own son that I just have with my ex-husband, husband, I'm telling you, do you hear the kids? I'm telling you, I can't even think to make that mistake. It wouldn't even enter my head. Why? Because when you're lying, you literally, again, if you're not good at lying, your head's chicken so fast that you're stumbling over your words, because that is the most oddest thing to say. You tell him, do you hear the kids? That's not even one slip up that makes sense to even say, to come out of somebody's mouth. I bet you most people can sit there and go, I don't think I've ever said that. Yeah.
For me, it's like, and I may be wrong, you may see it different, but I tell him, and then she's like, oh shit, I gotta change this to make it a little more make sense. Do you hear the kids? Instead of I tell him the kids are gone, or I tell him the kids are quiet. You tell that. You ask, do you hear the kids? Have you seen the kids?
Yeah.
You don't say tell. And if you look at her body language, again, her brows are furrowed. She's looking down for me, and her demeanor is off. It just is more like she is trying to remember the story that
she's just trying to remember the gist of the story. Exactly. And she's, to me, this is like a story being told to me, and it's like she's failing miserably to this. So what is it, again, that created her family? We'll come back to that, but what is it that created her family to blame Daniel and she take off? So what truly is it that happened to these children? To me, they know the answer, or at least one of them does, and that would be the mother.
I agree.
If I had to choose between,
I fully agree with that.
No, it would be the mother. But again,
My partner.
And then she's like, that weirdness of, and my partner, Daniel, my partner, Daniel. Again, it just reminds me.
And why does she not say husband? She says partner. That's one thing I don't understand, and what I was asking earlier.
It's not her husband.
Somebody said it's because they live together and it's common law, but she refers to him as partner.
That's a very common thing. I don't like saying common law. I just like saying my other half. Like, I'm married, but I would say my other half, or, partner is a more normal. I don't like certain words. I don't like the word fiance. I really hate that word, actually. It sounds so posh and whatever. But partner, I that's just for me, people, on that one. I just never could stand the word fiance. I would never use that word. I don't know why. It just sounds so contrived, like very snotty, like almost. I don't know. I just hated that word. But I don't like the word common law, but you would say that sometimes. But partner, I don't see as being abnormal to use that word, because that's exactly what he is her partner. It's not the stepfather of, they're not married, but they've labeled him by the word stepfather, in a sense. But it's not even the fact that she says the word partner. It's what she's saying and how she's saying it. Again, everything like, and, oh yeah, by the way, yeah, my partner, yeah, Daniel. And it's the way it's being said is what bugs me.
And remember, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no. And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911. I just had the instinct.
That makes no sense.
Don't get me wrong. That is a pretty big gap between 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Of when the phone call came in. And both of them immediately, right? So for me, Melissa, my thing is this. Well, actually, let's just play that little piece again, just so we hear it correctly.
Everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911. And he says, no. And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911.
We look outside. We're looking and my gut instinct, mother's instinct, I'm just going to call 911, and Daniel's going to immediately hop into his vehicle. And apparently they're going to immediately notice that the backpack is gone as well, because you immediately would notice that. I doubt you would notice immediately that the backpack's gone. You might notice that the shoes are missing. Absolutely. The puddle jumpers, but I'm having a hard time that they happened to notice that the knapsack was gone as well immediately. just my take on that. Go ahead, Melissa.
And, part of this. Okay, so I want to start with this part. Remember Chris Proudfoot when Sebastian first went missing, and ever since has said the boy, never says his name. And for her, I noticed the same. She didn't say the kids' names, and that is the perfect opportunity. I woke up and I don't remember their names. Lily and what's the little boy's name?
Jack.
Were missing. She doesn't say their names, and that's weird to me. And then another thing, she said that she got up and she told, the boyfriend, whatever, that, do you hear the kids? And then they immediately got up and were looking for them outside and hollering their names, but yet she immediately called 911. You can't have it both ways. Either you got up and looked for the kids, or you got up and you called 911 instantly while you were looking for the kids. So the way she is saying it does not make any sense to me.
Oh, I know. Absolutely. Jen, I'm trying to remember now. I had it on the tip of my tongue. Now I don't remember. Like, for all I know, this picture here, just quickly that she's speaking about, I can't remember. Whoops, I took it down. I can't remember if it was Evil Exists, or I know it wasn't that Shanika Chaw speaks person. I don't believe. I want to say it was Evil Exists. Darn it. It's so funny. I know exactly, it's like I can picture grabbing the picture. Now, for all intents and purposes, I don't know where this picture came from. I don't know if it's AI generated and someone just took the booties and the knapsack and put it there to look like that. I don't honestly know. If anything, I would guess that it was more AI generated than anything. So I don't know about this picture being legit, besides someone basically showing like muddy boots and this thing. I can't really see them having a picture like this themselves, clearly taken, of the knapsack and boots. I think it's more AI generated picture, to be honest with you.
Even if it's AI generated, it shows the boots, it shows the backpack the way that they described it. So
right,
it gets the thought out there, so people are looking, oh, that looks a lot like the picture.
Well, I was going to say, because the same site that had this, and I can't remember if it was Evil Exists. It was, God, whose was it? Darn it. It was somebody's I was looking at today. But it was either Evil Exists or I don't think it was Shanitra Speaks, because she always puts shit across her board all the time. Oh, no, I don't think it was Clutch Them Pearls. Shit, I don't remember, frick's sakes. But the other image that the person had was, no, it was a female. It was a female. I don't think it's a channel that I typically watch, that I just happened to come across it now that I think about it. And then she had put up this because that was the description: brown shirt, type of thing, brown pants, and nappies, right? So again, I think this is just more of that. They're just trying to give you the kind of the look of what was kind of being said,
Well, that's kind of like with Sebastian, they said he was wearing the Adidas style pants. So I went and got a picture of that style of pants. So, I mean, I agree, it's probably AI generated, but at the same time, even if it is AI generated, it gets that image in people's minds. So if they're in the woods and they see it, they're like, oh, this looks.
I was going to say, because let me find that other one picture that really bugs me. Which is a true picture. Let me just see if I can find it, because this one really bugs me. Yeah, this one right here. That picture. Because that truly is like their place. That's like a picture that a photographer from one of the news, took. So that's when I see stuff like that, all you picture, it kind of reminds me of a little bit in my head for some reason, like the Adam Walsh story. It's just like you feel like at the end of a movie, they show like that child's bucket and almost like that sadness, right? Because the bottom line is that they're trying to give you impact on what they're showing. And when we see a little bucket like this, our hearts are impacted because we know that this bucket relates to two children that are missing, so of course it pulls at your heartstrings, right? Just like if you see this picture, regardless if it's not, an actual picture of the strawberry, one, but a representation close enough. The whole point is it's they do things like that for memory purposes because it makes you angry when you see this, knowing two children have disappeared, and you just picture them playing in the mud in the backyard, having a happy-go-lucky day type of thing and stuff like that. I'm gonna go back to this.
They're both really go-lucky children. They're
Wait,
so
he's got a light brown outfit on in that photo. Yeah, and this one here. Yeah, it's like that little hoodie thing there. Again, I think people are just interpreting the color of brown when it comes to that. But basically about the fact that, to me, if somebody remembers what the child was wearing and gives a more visual, it's because either they didn't change them that night and they slept in the same clothes they had on the day before. Maybe that was the pink shirt that she did have on that particular day when he said pink shirt. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was another pink shirt. Maybe that was the
Do
type
we
of brown.
know, Sonny, do you know when this picture was taken? Like, was this like the day before, or do you know?
No, I can't remember when this was taken. No, no, Krista, that's not true actually. So, it was said at one point about Jack, only had a pull-up on and Lily wearing pink, but later Daniel would tell more about what the children had on. About the puddle jumpers, about the brown uh, shirt. It wasn't just that he had a pull-up on. He had a pull-up on, but he would later give a bigger description of the kids in one of those interviews. I can't think of which one. I'd have to go back and look at it. So at first, this is what came out, but later on, it came out with more information. Okay, are you ditching me? These two remind me of my granddaughter and grandson. Lily looks like my granddaughter. Jack is a little brother, just like my grandson. I know these cases just break our hearts, don't they, guys? They're just heartbreaking beyond repair. Like, you just look at the life in these children, right? They're so innocent. Like, look at their faces. It just drives me absolutely batty that we're sitting here looking at these beautiful faces and that chances are these children are not alive. And yet they had so much life to live. And what's the reason that they're not alive if they are found deceased, which they probably will be? I'm hoping that they're not. Maybe there's some sort of scandal going on where somebody hid the children for another, maybe there's some other reason we have no clue about, and these children were actually hidden from their father or something like that because he was going to threaten to come take them. Who knows? And maybe it turned into a bigger story. Maybe it's something as crazy as that, but chances are it's not.
Now, did I hear you say at one point, and I may be wrong, that the biological father is in jail?
Say that again? Yeah,
No. I hear you say, and I might be wrong, but that the biological father of the kids was in jail.
No, yeah, I can tell that you've not overly heard. I'd say about half of what you thought you heard is untrue. So no, what it was that the biological father, he was arrested, but he got out on bond. He at knife point robbed a guy from Marketplace for the merchandise, and because the guy from Marketplace was able to give a description. Now Cody does have a long, pretty decent, I think, rap sheet a little bit. Meaning he's definitely known to the police, is what the police said of him. He's known to the police. So, but anyways, so how much times he's ever done in a jail cell, I don't know. But that was his last thing in 2020, 2023, I believe it was. Yeah, and that was in Prince George. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I thought I had it backwards then because I thought I heard that he was currently in jail for something or other. But like I said, I haven't really been able to deep dive this case, and I've only caught bits and pieces. And that's why I wanted you to fill me in and go ahead and come up so that we could discuss it, because I don't really know much about it, and I want to have the facts straight.
His court date isn't until like October 25th or something like that of this year. October something of this year coming up. Okay, I'm going to play more.
Sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off. They will speak to anyone in a store. Everyone. They're just extremely sweet kids. I appreciate the huge...
I just want to, Krista, no offense, but I don't know where you're hearing your information from, but that would be absolutely inaccurate again on there. So I don't know what YouTuber you're listening to or where you're getting that information from, but that's not true at all. Bottom line is he's not in jail. He's not on a house arrest or whatever. He simply was charged, got off on bond, and so unless he commits another crime during that time, but as of like now, he was, like I said, out on bond, not in jail. People were saying that stuff, but that was just a lot of speculation and stuff like that.
Well, now I feel bad for asking the question because I don't know. I just feel bad for asking that question because it's like the misinformation. Somebody will hear me say that and then run with it. But I just want to make sure everybody knows when I get it wrong. I don't know about this case much, and I'm just trying to get all the facts.
Yeah, and that's just it, right? I mean, honestly, I never want to put out misinformation that's not true. When it comes to rumors or speculation and stuff like that, like talking about a case and talking about it as we are now about possible scenarios that could have happened, with the children and stuff like that. But I really hate it when misinformation is put out there and people will ride off that stuff. It doesn't matter if they don't. And that's why I didn't put out the CTV news where they said that Daniel said he heard the sliding door, because I knew it was bullshit. So why am I going to promote that? Right? I'm not going to even try to entertain stuff like that, because that's what causes all this stuff to happen all the time in cases where somebody comes along, they heard something said, or that he was in house arrest or this or that and stuff like that. And people just start slewing out all this information and don't really have their facts and ducks in a row. And it's not to say that I always do, but I'll always retract if I've said something, that's because I never want to put out misinformation in regards to a case, not when it comes to stuff that's important, and so again, Cody Lee Sullivan is the father. He was charged for, at knife point, robbing a guy off Marketplace. He was let out on bond. You can look it up yourself on the BC registry. And his court date is October something of this year. So this whole house arrest and all that stuff and whatever, again.
And that's what I love about you. That's what I love about you, Sunny, is that you put out the facts and you try to clear out misinformation, because so many in the true crime, because you haven't been going live much. So when I have been able to get on, I have to listen to stupid people. But I'm like you. I want the facts out there.
The facts, to me, just like Sebastian Rogers' case, the facts of the case, again, are always from the horse's mouth. Even if it's a lie, it's from the LE. It's from family members that might have said something. You always want to take that. Anything else? So unless there's paperwork to back up, which there is with Cody being, and there's a whole freaking story about it, just like you can look up Malea's dad, Joseph Brooks, and see that, he wasn't exactly a savory father either and stuff like that, but it's just that to me, it's important that people try to stick with the facts, because it really it's like adding diarrhea to a case that shouldn't be there. But a lot of people don't care what they put out. They'll anything to get a view or a click off of them, off of some sort of drama, and to try to embellish shit, even if they have no clue and stuff like that. It's just not my way. And I honestly, I hate it when people do that, but what are you going to do, right? But at least this channel, like I said, you know, if I see something that I know is wrong, and somebody else might be watching somebody else's channel and they're putting that stuff out there and it's not accurate, well, I mean, it happens all the time, but I just like to stick to the facts of the case, and not try to embellish anything, not trying to add shit where it doesn't belong. Because when people come along into the case, they don't want to rub through all the diarrhea. They just want to hear the facts. Because if you listen to the facts, that will give you the answers to what you're trying to achieve, or at least lead you in the best direction on the case and what possibly happened to the kids, than trying to add all this other crap to it, where people are adding misinformation, stuff like that. It just, it just bugs me on that, because you just always want the facts and not a bunch of bullshit out there. But a lot of people, I try to do my homework with stuff, for sure. I like to do my own research. I mean, sure, I'll come across things on respected channels, and just like they might come across stuff on mine. If I find something that they don't have, the intent of it is you're just trying to put out the information there as factually as possible, but is what it is, But if I can clear it up, and Krista, like I said, she obviously saw that somewhere. It's not like I haven't heard people say that, but it's also like she had misinformation about the clothing, because Daniel gave another interview where he spoke more about what the kids were wearing. But when it first came out, that's all that was said, was about the pink shirt and diapers, the nappy. And then later he spoke in that one, that I'm not sure, because he's done about 6 or 7 interviews anyways, where he's talking about what the kids were wearing. And that's why it's like, well, how would you know he was wearing this brown outfit unless you didn't change him the night before? Because you obviously didn't see him and only could hear him in the kitchen. So in order to have those facts, Daniel, you obviously guys didn't change your kids that night, and maybe they fell asleep in their clothes, and that's how we knew that Jack was wearing, the brown outfit. Anyways, okay, play some more.
Search effort going on right now, but we've been pushing for an Amber Alert, which hasn't been
He doesn't have anything
issued. Not just that they could possibly be abducted, which it is a possibility that they could have been, but just an alert to let everyone know that they are missing. We had people text me saying that they weren't aware, someone else let them know that they were missing, and it would just be nice if everyone could be alerted. We thought they could possibly be abducted, which it is a possibility that they could have been.
Okay. Only because I was too busy thinking. And Kristen, no worries about it. Again, there's so many channels that are going to report about the case. All I just say, as an individual, like I said, I just like to always read things myself, do my own homework, what's out there, because there's so many channels that just put out things just because it's going to give them a click or a view, and they don't even dive into it. They just put it out there because they saw it somewhere else or heard it on TikTok or blah blah blah. So no offense to you on that, Krista, at all whatsoever. As for this here, okay, she went on and on about how these kids are talkable. Talk, and they could have been abducted. I mean, that's a pretty thing. Not to say that they are, but they could have been. All right, because they talk, and like Daniel says, they'll just go with anybody. They're just like they'll just go off with anybody. Really? That doesn't come off as believable.
That tells me that you're not a very good parent. If your kids that young will go off with anybody, then you have not taught them stranger danger, and don't do it.
I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that though at all. Still, again, she went off on this little this little rant of how much these kids talk, and it was almost it almost reminds me when she wasn't So let's say I forgot something in my head that I was going to tell you, and then I ramble off about the same thing as I'm trying to remember what it was that I was actually going to tell you. That's what that kind of reminds me of. Somebody that's just rambling about how much they're talking, and she's filling the air with, they talk, and yeah, you know what? They'll just go into a store, talk the head off, and yeah, I mean, oh wait, hold on, and then she finally veers off of that track when she says, like, like, we just want to take this moment to thank everyone for the support. Thank you for the Emmy nomination I'm going to receive tonight for this amazing. Yeah, no, that's what it reminds me of, right? So my kids talk. Oh, and I just want to thank everyone for their support. We it's like, yeah, okay. It's not flowing. Doesn't make sense at
But
all.
just an alert to let everyone know that they are missing.
Right.
We had people text me saying that they weren't aware.
Yeah, somebody just feeding you the abduction line. That's all I'm hearing here is they talk. I got texts from people from all around saying that they haven't even heard of this case yet. And we just want an Amber Alert there for these missing, kidnapped children of ours or abducted kids. That's all I'm reading from this. Why is it that the RCMP aren't going down this line of a kidnapping? I think that they have every reason to believe, because it's not a line that they're going to waste their time on, because they have something that shows a different line than what they're trying to portray. That's how I see this. Do you?
I agree. I mean, for me, like you said, it was like she was rambling on so she could buy herself time to remember what she was supposed to say. And I agree there, Bebop. Blaming the kids, that does not sit right with me at all. That she's almost saying, well, it's their fault that they're not here. It's their fault they went outside. It's their fault because, no, honey, it was your fault. You were supposed to be watching your children.
Right, because you watch them all the time, remember? But darn it, that stupid silent door that they just snuck out of, and then they just managed to disappear that same day. Coincidence? I think not.
With no tracks at that, because you said that the dogs didn't go past the driveway, right?
Nope.
So did they take the dogs in the backyard?
Yep, of course. Mm-hmm. And all they found was a footprint. There was nothing there that led these dogs to anywhere. It was like Sebastian. Remember, you guys, Sebastian's case? Okay.
That's what I was just thinking,
Sebastian's little feety, or his little 15-year-old at the time feety. Okay. Bare sock feety or barefoot feety, whichever way. Because he didn't take his shoes. We know that. Right? The dogs couldn't get past the backyard with Sebastian's scent. They veered off to whatever, but that had nothing to do with Sebastian Rogers. That was just an air scent. But they couldn't get past the garage, the front yard there. Why is that? Why? Because chances are they were taken by vehicle somewhere. That they were taken. You know what?
100% agree with that.
I do notice that there's this trend, though, that I notice that these psychic tarot readers are saying. Like almost all of them keep pulling up water cards. Like every person I come across. And I entertain myself sometimes when there's a lull in a case, and I just go see what some of them are. I do like Trish James. I do really like her. I know that Psychic Sleuth's covering it and other ones as well. But there's a lot of people that are just shit at it, to be honest with you. But whatever. But I keep noticing that they keep pulling up water cards over and over again. Would it be shocking?
Is there water near them?
There is. There's lots of different waterways. Yeah. But the thing is, did they disappear on Friday, or was that just the day to tell a story, perhaps? And this test, we don't know if it said, remember when Daniel did that interview about the polygraph test? It said that in the next couple days, right? But then the RCMP said, well, we're not going to tell you if he's, type of thing, because obviously it costs money. And if it's not admissible, now you can't imagine them not wanting somebody to take a polygraph test, because at the end of the day, it's still going to give them information if someone's being deceptive or not, regardless, right? But anyway, so we don't know if he actually did take a polygraph test or not at this point. And again, we don't really hear nothing. And it's not like we would find out the answer, unlike Christopher Proudfoot, who wanted to say that he passed one when he absolutely lied and never took one at the time. And apparently he has now, but who knows? You can never believe Christopher Proudfoot for Sebastian Rogers. I'm going to play this, and I'm just going to play it, but I do have to go to the bathroom. I'm just going to grab a drink. So let it just play out, and then when I come back, say whatever you need to, okay?
Someone else let them know
Sounds
that
good.
they were missing, and it would just be nice if everyone could be alerted. We thought maybe that we found tracks, but it's still uncertain. It's been raining and they're probably soaking wet, but with the sun today, I'm hopeful that they are feeling warm. We're all filled with pain and sorrow because we just want them found. We want them home. Everyone loves them. They are definitely verbal, and they do have possible autism, but it's not extreme autism. It's just they have issues with school, and they don't catch up with the other kids. I just want to remain hopeful. But there's always, in a mother's mind, you're always thinking the worst. Last night was one of the worst nights because I didn't have them in their beds. And I don't want to go through that another night without them.
The last few days have been very stressful. I mean, ever since the Friday morning, when we noticed that the children were gone, immediately jumped in the vehicle, surveyed all the areas, many dirt roads, many culverts as I could, and waited for the police to get there. I'm out here still searching, still fighting to try to find them. That's all I can do.
The message is still, if anyone knows anything.
If anybody knows anything, just come forward as soon as possible. 2 little kids are still out there. I want to find them. That's really all I can do. Still searching every day. I'm waiting for information. I have to let them do a lot of their stuff with the aircrafts and everything else, and dogs and searchers. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be coordinated, and I can't just go running through the woods. I want to, but I just can't right now because the search is just so far out. We were searching. We covered everywhere possible. Even in the first day, we did. Even with me running through the woods, I was ahead of the helicopters and ahead of the drones and stuff like that. Screaming as loud as I can, until my throat hurt. Running through water that was up to my waist. And as soon as I got back, I wasn't allowed back in the woods until a man dressed in military outfit said I could go back into the woods.
4 days into the search for his missing stepkids, Lily and Jack Sullivan, Daniel Martell is pleading with the public to keep their eyes peeled. But he has begun to lose hope they are anywhere in the vicinity.
I hate being wet and cold, so they immediately would have came right back into the house. The only 2 prints are right beside the house facing the road, and then that's it.
Melissa.
Yes.
Okay, quickly. Back to Malaya there. Okay, that whole sun warm, like hope they're warm. Okay? Like BS, who says that?
Yeah, it's like you would say, I hope they're okay. I hope they're safe. I hope they're eating. Stuff like that. Not, well, I hope they're warm.
It's just she doesn't say their names in the interview, right? There's no urgency. There's no anything that's showing emotion of tears. Her eyes are welling up with water, right? Because that's just like, again, somebody, I'm sorry, but to sit there and see someone that, when I say controlled, I'm talking about natural emotions about when 2 children are actually missing. So there's no genuine control it's non-genuine about how someone's not crying. No tears are actually coming down their face. The things that she's saying, tell him, silent door, blah, 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 from start to finish the interview. Now,
one of the things she said that really stuck out to me is she wants to remain hopeful. That just the way she said it, and I hate that I pick apart parents, and I hate that I pick apart words and sentences, but for me, it would not be, I want to remain hopeful. I am remaining hopeful.
That's
We
like
are
saying-
hopeful.
that's like saying the children are dead. Like, right? Like the children are gone, but I'm still going to remain hopeful that they're found alive, type of thing. Like, it's almost contradictory of the meaning of it.
Exactly. And then she went on to say that last night was one of the worst nights because the kids were in their bed, and there was a big pause before she said the kids were in their bed, but one of the worst nights. So it wasn't the worst. Like, I don't, that doesn't make any sense to me, because you would say last night was the worst night with not having them, not one of the worst. So has something like this happened before? You know what I mean?
Well, it's no different than her dad's post saying, baby child, if this ever happens again, I'm a tracker. If this ever happens again. Yeah.
That's what her dad said, is that if it happens again.
Yeah. Baby girl, why didn't you tell me about this? You know that if, or something like, it was something like that. And then it was like, if this ever happens again, little girl, baby girl, you tell daddy here, because daddy's a tracker, it. Well, when you're not in jail, Joseph, or when you are in jail, you mean? Like, what point? Obviously, that probably a strained relationship there.
That tells me that he knows what happened. If this happens again, that is okay. I'm not saying that she's in an abusive relationship, so just ignore that part of it. But if you're in an abusive relationship and something happens, and then they're like, it won't happen again, or they try to gaslight you. For him saying, if it happens again, tells me he knows more than he's saying. In my opinion, that's what it sounds like. But the dad or stepdad here seems to show a whole lot more emotion with tears than she did.
Yeah. I have that post, but it's really hard to see on.
Now, did a neighbor or anybody hear? Because they said, and he said it too, they went outside and they were hollering for the kids, and he was in the woods screaming. Did somebody hear this? Like, is there somebody else that can corroborate what he's saying? Like, do they have neighbors that are close by?
No. Like, I mean, there's two neighbors, but I wouldn't call it close by, but not too, like, I'll show you it on Google Maps in a minute. But to go with this right here, okay? I'm going to play it out because it's not too much longer, but I'm going to play this out, and then I want you to tell me about Daniel, okay, how you feel about these interviews. And I know that there's a couple more interviews that aren't on here, but these are the ones I have for now.
Martell wants the search to be extended to include provincial borders in case the children were abducted, a reality he says is becoming more and more likely.
Post any officers they can get at the New Brunswick border, PI border, and get them at every airport possible.
Martell confirmed that when the two children went missing from the home behind me, Lily was wearing a pink shirt and pink rain boots. She was also carrying a white backpack with strawberries on it. Martell says although he didn't see Jack that morning, he is believed to be wearing a brown shirt, brown pants with a pull-up diaper on underneath, and blue rain boots with
Krista, where are you? Did you hear that, Krista? So there's your up-to-date information for you, okay? So that way it will give you a little bit more knowledge about what the children were wearing.
Is believed to be wearing a brown shirt, brown pants with a pull-up diaper on underneath, and blue rain boots with dinosaurs on them. He also refuted the claim that the two children are nonverbal, saying while they are on the autism spectrum, they are quite trusting and say hi to everyone. According to Martell,
Okay. Let's stop that there for a second, because that was another big issue that I had, that she said, and that he's kind of saying. possible autism. Possible autism. How seriously are you going to take that, to be honest? Seriously, that my kids are slow in school. They seem to be behind others. So, possibly someone told her that they possibly have autism, but it's not like it's confirmed,
Okay.
So I
So,
don't, yeah.
so my son is autistic. He's on the spectrum. My oldest one, he'll be 25 on the 24th. But for me, and maybe I'm wrong, and I may be wrong for thinking this and even saying it, but why is it lately it seems like every missing children, oh, they're autistic? Why are they saying that? Because they know that if they can say that, then the police are going to be more rapid or try to find, you know what I mean? Like, I can't think of the word I'm wanting, but it just doesn't. It's like everybody's autistic anymore, and that's just not the case.
It's kind of like everyone has mental health issues, especially when COVID was here. Everyone has mental health issues, self-diagnosing themselves, blah, 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 blah. That's how I see that. Sorry, I didn't grow up in a Powerpuff kind of flowers and butterfly society type of thing. It's like, and nowadays everyone's just self-diagnosing themselves. And again, what did you do? Google search? Did somebody tell you that they had possible? I mean, honestly, I would be embarrassed just to even say that out loud, that possible autism. And why are you telling us that? It's if you don't know for sure, but it's possible they have possible autism. Like, just even hearing
they
that
need to
my
get off Dr. Google.
Or somebody saying it to them that, well, no, I personally think that these children were sick more days, like that their attendance in school, I'm sure they had quite a few sick days to them. I see these parents myself, I'm being judgmental here. Yes, I am. From what I'm seeing chaos on the outside of the home, which always has chaos on the inside. I'm sorry, but children are a product of their environment, and you are who your friends are. So if your house looks like a big shithole on the outside, chances are on the inside there's a bunch of chaos and probably an unkept home going on inside. We have seen pictures. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that possibly these kids were not loved, in a certain way, but I'm not seeing this household of, we always watched our children, like they knew that we were, like they're rock solid parents to be outside every time they did and blah, blah, blah. I'm just calling bullshit. And all I see is if your children are behind, probably going to be associated with probably too busy gaming at home or doing whatever and not necessarily advancing your kids in the school part of the thing. Now, that's just my guess, but I'm sorry, but I see this all the time normally with homes like this. It's just, anyone that I've known that has a trashy home on the outside, and sorry for being judgmental, but I am being, because like I said, I've seen this too many times in real life that whatever I see on the outside is always what I see on the inside. And usually the kids got runny, snotty noses or look like they haven't had a bath in a while, type of idea. And I'm not saying that that's exactly what happens to kids, but in my real life, anytime, and I've come across these type of homes many a times because I've lived in places where you would deem it as more lower income housing, right? And people just have trash yards and stuff like that. But, and I'm not saying it's everyone, but that's how I see this. I'm seeing that your possible autism that you're trying to attach is probably parent laziness. And, and it's not like they're that old. He works one day a week, not to say that he's not a hard worker. Perhaps his job is, certain industries like fishing and stuff in Newfoundland went to the shithole and stuff like that, and people started losing jobs and blah, blah, blah. I don't know how much or how hard they have tried to work, in a sense, or how hard he is of a worker, and stuff like that. That's honestly just guessing. All I'm seeing is from my own perception, I'm seeing probably children that didn't go to school as often as they should have, probably had quite a few sick days, to be honest with you. But That's total speculation. All I'm seeing is children that were allowed to play outside without being supervised, that they're trying to make themselves out to be these good parents that always paid attention. And I'm not saying that these, again, kids weren't loved, but then by the same token, yeah, I mean, whose fault is it? If these kids were abducted and you weren't paying attention to your children, whose fault is it? Is it the children's or is it yours for not doing your job as a parent for protecting them, if they were? But I just think it goes more deeper than that. I just think this is something that is not a truthful story. But my question to you, Melissa, is Daniel.
His side of the family are currently the only ones at ground zero after Lily and Jack's mother left the county Saturday. But still, he remains, begging anyone with answers to come forward and bring his children home safe.
Anybody who has any information, or you think you've seen something, or hear something, or any messages from friends about hearing something, just contact your local police services. Anything, guys. Anything.
Ella MacDonald, Global News, Lansdowne Station, Nova Scotia.
You said they're flying in someone to do a polygraph test. Is that on you?
That's not just on me, but on everyone. That's what I asked for. I asked for that so early on, and there's not many places that do it in Canada, so they're flying somebody in.
Why do you think you need to do that? Do you think they don't believe you?
I think their side of the family doesn't believe me, and I just want to clear it up for everyone. Clear it up for everyone, not just the people online making.
Again, tell me. Why would his family blame him? And then she takes off that night on the 3rd. Tell me, do you think, first of all, are you seeing sincerity from Daniel in the interviews that I've played? Are you seeing genuineness? What's your gut saying? Don't think about it. Just go by what your gut is saying.
My gut is saying yes, that he's being truthful. He looks down, yes, but for me, I feel like he's showing more emotion. So my gut says he's being truthful, but at the same time, do they live on like a family compound or something? Like, is the family close by?
Well, I mean, the mother of him lives in the camper on the property.
Okay, so for me, I don't understand, and maybe somebody can explain it to me. I do not understand how they, I don't know, my brain's fried, but yes, my gut says he's being more truthful, but I don't know.
Yeah, but you're not fully there to believe him.
I have to say, in my opinion, he is being more truthful than she is, and he's out looking for the kids, right? That's what he says. And her response to her missing children, besides not saying their names and seeming untruthful, is to leave the county. Like, you don't do that.
It's so right. I mean, at the end of the day, it's been said that she was kicked off the property by his mother because she was like, her family's accusing him and stuff like that. She takes off to go with her mom with the baby, type of thing. So again, how is it that you're telling a story in the morning about all togetherness and you guys were together, children slipped out this door, and that goes in to him wanting to take a polygraph because her family's accusing him? There has to be a reason why her family is accusing him of doing something. There has to be something, whether it's a lie whether it's a lie, whether it's because what seems odd is this.
Is there a history of domestic violence?
No, we keep hearing that though, but we don't know. We don't know for sure, But my thing is this: if you did something together right? Like, let's say they did something to the children and they both know about it. Do you honestly think you're going to take off to your mother's and frickin' delete, block him from Facebook and then hide your account and stuff like that? Like, that doesn't seem like a normal path to follow. Besides, you're going to stick like fucking glue to his ass and your ass to make sure, right? To make it portray that you're in this together, not whoop, gone. So that's the part that seems strange about this all. Lots of it seems strange, but that part, because typically if two people are trying to lie together, that they're going to try to hold like a togetherness, at least for a while. It might break off eventually and someone freaking busts open and, admits or something like that. But it seems really odd that if two people did something, that one literally does the opposite, that would piss somebody off and leave and block them. And maybe she was kicked off the property. We don't know exactly what happened there. Bottom line is, she hasn't been at any point in front of the cameras. Does that make her guilty of anything? No. Is her interview suck assy or shit? Yeah. Right? Could they be being honest? Yeah.
But see, I don't feel like my gut is and I may be completely off base here, but my gut is telling me that they woke up and the kids were gone. I don't feel like they did, like, I hate to say it, but I don't feel like it's like a DV situation or a CA, but more of a, oh crap, our kids are dead and now we have to cover it up. That's the vibe I'm getting.
Is that the vibe you're getting, that something happened to them and they got to cover it up?
Yeah, that's just like, that's what my gut is telling me. But, looking at this picture, so I'm assuming right there on the back deck is the sliding door. But then that other door, it looks like, how do they know they went? You know what I mean? Like Sebastian, to go back to that one, how they said he went out the front door. How do you know he went out the front door?
Right.
So how, in this situation, how do you know it was that door they went out of?
Right. Because there's only one way that they would know. Well, two ways: camera, or someone from the camper saw them or heard them. Right? And they used the word playing, that they were playing. How would they know? So there's only, like I said, the two ways to know. Either you got a camera that is telling you this in hindsight, or someone from the camper saw them or heard them. That's the only two ways, but we don't know the answer to that is the problem. We haven't heard them mention it at all. And hi, Miss Dog Lover. She says she can't sleep.
That's normal for her. Here in a little bit, she's going to tell us she's going to bed, and then 20, 30 minutes later, she's going to come back on.
And she's going to go to bed again.
But I agree with you on what you said. If there's chaos on the outside of the home, there's most likely chaos on the inside. And looking at this picture, like, it's pretty trashy. I mean, you could at least pick up the yard, but I don't know. It just, my gut is telling me it was more of an accidental, like, overdose situation where they, like, but at the same time, if that's the case and mom had medicine out, she would know what was in the bottle. She would have said it was, and they panic, but.
Well, that's
I don't know.
In my head, I feel like it happened in the home. Like, if I was to go with my own genuine thinking, I feel like that it was something that happened in the home, whether it was on Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. I think that it's a story concocted, but what the part that I'm having trouble with is that why would two people that are telling a story, one get off the property and block and not want anything, and then go on her Facebook to put she's single? Like, that seems strange because most people would not do that. Most people would stick together with their story, and that wouldn't happen literally overnight. So, and the way that he talks on his interviews, I would say definitely strikes me as genuine in a lot of ways, but could be being fooled. Mm-hmm.
And so, Davy, I keep wanting to say David, truthful with an element of doubt. I don't know what you mean by that. But yeah, I just feel like, I don't know, my gut is just
Well, I
telling
think
me
you're
that
talking
this
about.
was.
Are you talking about Daniel there? Whoever that was that you just said.
Davy said truthful with an element of doubt.
Oh, Davy.
So
Yeah.
I don't know what he means by that. But I don't know. My gut is telling me that it was more not a DV situation, as they hurt the kids that way, but more of a, oh crap, our kids aren't alive anymore. The medicine's gone, whatever. That's the vibe I'm getting. I may be totally off base though.
Okay. So there's the backyard. There's the camper that definitely Janie lives in. There's the chicken coop and the back of the house. So, so in saying that, hold on. Okay, so just to give you
so that camper is really close to that house. So you said his mom lived in the camper, right?
Yes.
It was his mom that stayed in the camper?
Yes.
Because that's really close. So whoever was in the camper, I would think would be like, yeah, I heard them hollering for the kids. Like because for me,
you would have.
Okay, let me put myself in her shoes. I wake up, my children are gone, and I'm looking for them. I would have went out the back door or out the front door, hollered, then went out the other door and went over to the camper and knocked. Hey, the kids were out here playing. Do you know where they went? We can't find them. Da 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 da. But I'm not hearing that that's what happened.
Mm-hmm. So look at this stretch of road, right? Okay, this isn't a busy road. It's log trucks, some vehicles. Okay, now hold on. Let me get into. Okay, now where's my frigging thing? Okay, so if this is, let me just rotate this. Okay, so this is what we're talking about for the closest neighbor, right? And that could be from the same property or not. Not sure. Could be the same family living on that property. One over here, maybe one's more like a shed. Who knows? So that's not close, right? And that's pretty much it, right? There's one down over here. There's another home here. But we're talking about here. So
have they done a grid search?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's a lot of trees, don't get me wrong. It's a whole lot of trees. But
yeah, that's why I wondered if they had done a grid search, because that's what we would call out in the boonies.
Where are you honestly going to get in 20 minutes time that you realize that they were missing? A 6-year-old and a 4-year-old that don't leave the house unsupervised, let alone go to the end of the street. And like I said, the abduction thing, this could be just a rehearsed story that, like, let's hide the knapsack, make it look like Lily was perhaps putting her knapsack on, and that's why they were pushing this abduction story. We don't know, but it's not like it's unrealistic, right?
Do we know if do we know if, like, they called the school and said, hey, they're not going to be in, or hey, they're missing? Do we know if they did? If we do know that they did, do we know what time they called?
No, We know that they were called in sick on Thursday. We do know that, but we don't know what time. The only thing we know, we don't even know exactly what time, but I'm sure there's a typical time that the kids get dropped off at, from their school.
So let's say that they went out. Let's say that they thought they were going to school. So she grabs her backpack and they go to the end of the road there, I'm assuming is where the school bus picks them up. Has anybody, do we know if the bus driver had seen them that morning, or
the bus driver dropped them
off?
The bus driver picked them up. One second here. Miss Dog Lover, thank you for the super chat. The other day, Melissa, Miss Dog Lover dropped like a freaking $49.99 cherry bomb on there. So I was going to bring that up, but now that she's put this, that's why I'm going to bring up the other one now. So I don't understand these crowns and numbers yet, you guys, that you guys got beside your names and stuff like that. Melissa, explain it to me. Did you know what it was exactly? Just quickly.
So I clicked on, if you click the little crown thing, it like opens up this other thing, and it says something about you get the points, and it can be used for, I think it said super stickers, super chats, and something else. I don't know how it works. That's just what I've seen, but I don't quite understand it myself. But I did catch the other night when Miss Dog Lover dropped you the I'm just gonna say it, the $50. That was so sweet of you.
Charmaine, there's birthday girl. Yeah. Yes, it was.
Happy birthday to you.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I never even got any YouTube money this month. I won't get any because I literally didn't do any lives. I don't think for like 6 weeks. So I think the ads got me to like $70. Right. You have to have $100 in order for you to get paid out. But I couldn't be asked. And, so typically not going to lie, cost me about, I would say about a couple $100 to have the programs that I do. StreamYard, little money grabbing leeches are trying to soak you in. But anyways, in that. So usually it covers that. But I just, last month, I just couldn't be asked, It was just like,
I don't know if you've seen Sunny in chat earlier. I put in there, I like your new
Canadian stuff. Well,
border. I really like that.
Well, me and Charmaine, when we were doing some Canadian true crime, because we were trying to do ones on Saturday and stuff like that. But that was kind of around Christmas time as well. So it's just really hard because I was doing, working plus lives and stuff like that. And it just gets, got a little bit much. And, Charmaine has her things to do. I have mine. But I just remember it being kind of in the Christmas time months and stuff. But I just do, this is birthday girl here. So this is, remember, the mountain. And now she's 51, so she's on this side of the mountain. So she's really old.
You went over the hill.
Yep. I already showed them, Charmaine, the gifts I got you, even though I know you posted it on Facebook. Because, yeah. So Charmaine said, oh, my God, Sunny, these are the best gifts ever. I love it.
Yeah, I really like that cup. That was nice.
Oh, the cup. Yeah. And then the cute little tote bag. I was like, yeah, got to get her this. Anyways. So Charmaine, she's 31. See, Miss Dog Lover, though. See, she was a little bit disappointed when Steffa showed her ass in here to show that Steffa was actually the longest running. Actually, you know what? Give me 1 second. Thank you for subscribing, Macaulay 18. Now I'm thinking of Macaulay Culkin.
Me too.
Yeah, you guys, happy birthday. Okay, hold on a second. Let me just, you know what? I'm going to play something really quick from Evil Exists because he put out a video earlier today with regards to, I think, the teachers. Now, I remember a teacher in one of the interviews said that they were low-level verbal. Low-level verbal. Okay, hold on a second here. Come on, where are you? Evil exists.
What the heck is low-level verbal? But yet you say they talk to everybody.
Yeah.
You can't have it both ways.
Low-level
my son,
verbal. Okay, so
he's autistic, and he's a high-functioning autistic. And then I have a nephew, and he's nonverbal. So I understand the spectrum. I've never heard somebody say low verbal, though, because then mom is turning around and saying they talk to everybody. So
yeah,
that doesn't make any sense.
So let me quickly play this, okay? For this, evil exists. So this was a letter.
Missing children cases for a while now, and it's quite common to see the school or teachers that were involved in the education of that missing child to come out and share their thoughts, or just say some kind things about the child, to raise awareness and keep the story out there. It's very helpful. However, in the case of Lily and Jack Sullivan, we heard from not a single teacher. The only person that spoke out was the bus driver. However, the school that Jack and Lily attend sent out a letter to parents and guardians. I found this letter on TikTok and wanted to share it all with you today. It reads, "Dear parents and guardians, in light of the recent media update regarding the scaled-back search for our students, Lily and Jack, we want to reassure you as a school community, we are committed to supporting your children emotionally and ensuring they have a safe space to express their feelings. Counselors and support staff are available to meet with students individually and in small groups. We encourage you to talk to your child in an age-appropriate and sensitive manner, and we're here to assist you with resources and guidance on how to do so. Resources are available to help guide discussions with your child and help answer any questions they might have. In times like these, the strength of our community matters more than ever. Please don't hesitate to reach out if your family needs support or if you have any questions or concerns." Upon reading this, I went to the school's Facebook page. We know that Jack and Lily attended Salt Springs Elementary School, and noticed that the school didn't put out anything regarding the children's disappearance. Sadly, the children are still missing, and as much as I would like to hear from their teachers and more family members who spend time with them, I at least hope these people have spoken and given everything they've observed to police.
So something I noticed, Sonny, on that,
Security
I
footage
don't
from a
know if you
Lancaster
can go
County
back
shopping
to it
center
and
shows
pull it
the
up where
moments
it
a
shows
local
the back door. That is an
I've
old
been following missing children.
that's an older style sliding door. That is not, nope, go back. Because they kind of panned the back of the house.
Was it in here, this video?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, my bad. Okay. Like
right there.
Here?
Okay. Yeah, that's fine right there. That is an older style sliding door. And if you look at the bottom, it's like really dirty and old looking. That's not going to be a quiet door that you don't hear. It's just not.
No. Mm-mm. Now, so just so you guys know, I'm going to tell you who is the longest running member, just because I looked it up and I can see it. Okay. The person that has the longest is 36 months, and that is Outback. Okay. So Outback, and then next is Support with Stepha at 35 months. For that, Lisa Robery is at 34 months, the longest. Appreciate that. Nona is 35 months. And then of course, we have Miss Dog Lover, who thought she was the longest, and I did too, actually. But now that I'm looking, and yeah, Miss Dog Lover, there's a few ahead of you. Yeah, you got some catching up to do now. Again, Lacey is 20 months, Rick Astley 11 months. Let's see here. Deb's True Crime 29. So yeah, there's some.
I haven't seen Outback in a while.
Well, that's what I'm confused about, because I blocked her ass. That's what I don't get. Outback, what are you doing being a member still? She must watch me on a different thing or something, because maybe she doesn't remember. I don't know, or whatever. But Outback, just saying, right? Because she's one of the people. There's a couple people I blocked back then, and one of them It's when I think that a friend is stabbing me in the back. One of those things, yeah. But anyways,
Yeah, I thought you
apparently
were mad at me because we were friends on Facebook, and then I
we're
went to
friends on
do something,
Facebook.
and it said add friend, and it was you, and I went to it, and then I took a screenshot, and then I went to where we talked there in Messenger and pulled up your profile, and it says add friend. I'm like, what the fuck? We were friends. What the hell?
If anything, we're friends on the other one. If we're friends on the other one. But don't count me on that, because at the end of the day, I'll have to look. But if I'm not mistaken, we're friends on one of your Facebooks, but you have two. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
we are friends on my personal Facebook. I know that
yes.
for sure.
See,
Yeah, I
that's the
thought we
one.
were friends on both. But yeah, I
I
know
don't
on my
know.
that I have the one just for true crime, so I can share missing people posters and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
You think I
But
want you in my life twice? Huh? I got you
well,
on
yeah,
Messenger.
you better. I mean,
No, the only time I actually use Facebook is when I'm posting as I'm doing a live. Other than that, I don't even honestly, to me to look at my Facebook, I just don't. I use my iPad all the time. My iPad can't have Facebook because my iPad would have a meltdown if I'm always sitting at 31 gigs out of 32. There used to be a day I had Facebook on it, but I honestly, nowadays 32 gigs is shit all. But yeah, my iPad can't hold shit. It's too busy crashing on me all the time. It's one of these days I'll upgrade and get a bigger one when I'm
Miss
ready.
Dog Lover says Sonny doesn't know how to use Facebook.
Not really. Well, I don't know. Well, no, I mean, honestly, even Messenger is a challenge, to be honest, but it's the one thing I do use out of anything is Twitter. Well, but Messenger, obviously, because that's really the way to communicate. But hell, I can go days without, I might do something on a game with it that requires me to kind of go in there, but other than that, I could go days without even looking at my Messenger, especially if I need a break. Right? And I just don't want to deal with anything true crime. Not that I'm avoiding people. Well, no, that's not true. I'm just avoiding, people.
I tell
Yeah.
my niece, I said the only reason we have Facebook is because we send each other reels back and forth. We rarely talk. It's just reels that we send back and forth. That's how we communicate.
Okay. I was gonna say, and Charmaine, I hope you had a wonderful birthday today. Remember to make sure that you don't do anything that me or Melissa wouldn't do. You're too
Well,
old
now
for
that doesn't leave
no hanging off
much.
chandeliers, no freaking stinky massage oil stuff, the lickable kind, nothing like that. Pure innocence.
No edible underwear.
No edible underwear. Yeah. Actually, I'm not going to lie. Okay, men don't listen. Females, whatever, listen. I have this amazing bra on that I bought. And honestly, it's like, well, okay. Hey, my neck's all scratching. Anyways, don't look too hard, okay? But I have this wonderful little bra on that, hold on. Let me just, hold on, people. No, I'm not stripping. Anyways, my husband loves red. But this one.
Get the dollar bills ready.
This one crisscrosses in the front. So I go up to my husband earlier, right? Because my husband, he's known for this. This is a side note, guys. My husband, I walk up to him. He always, these boobies, they just bounce right in his face. He always just takes one hand and he's like, yeah, those are soft. And he acts like they're toys, But today I surprised him and I decided I was going to wear this, what we call the sexy bra or whatever. So I go over there, whip up my shirt, and I'm like, looky what I got on or whatever. I tell you, when you want to watch a man drool, sometimes my husband's a total tit man. Okay, total tit man. But anyways, this one's actually quite comfortable. But it was just supposed to be a little sexy bra off of Temu, that I got. And it actually is very comfortable. But I like the way it crisscrosses in front and then it's like burgundy and red. Anyway. Okay, too far, right? Okay.
But I tell you what, somebody's Miss Dog Lover, she said, Charmaine just seen your lovely flowers on Facebook. So you posted that picture. I'm like, now see, that is the perfect way or perfect thing for your birthday. She had flowers, a card, and a McDonald's delivered to her. Heck yeah, any day.
Yes, it does. Well, they hold up pretty good. It's very comfy. I'm sorry, but it is. It's like I might actually use this as one of those bras I go to work in, and then underneath I'm gonna feel like a slut. Wait, let me get this right. Like a sloot, because that's what we're here, right? We're all a bunch of sleuts, right, Sherman? Right, Sharon?
And we always need a comfortable bra. That's one thing. Like, I don't know about that one, but like mine, like the back of it makes me itch. Like it's just like God.
Yeah. No. But yeah, I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, let's get back on track.
So,
my bad. My bad. This case makes the hair on my back
picture
stand up.
This picture, Sunny, of this pink and white shirt. Like, I've seen a couple pictures now that you've put up.
Yeah.
Of her wearing that must be her favorite shirt, because it seems like in a lot of pictures that's the shirt she's wearing.
And it could be right, this shirt. Now I do want to read what's underneath this. Okay, so Belinda Gray. Okay, again, Belinda Gray is the biological grandmother. So whereas Janie Mackenzie is Daniel's mother. Okay, so the biological grandmothers would be Cindy Murray, which is Malaya's mom, and Belinda Gray, which is Cody Lee Sullivan's mom. Okay, so Cody Lee Sullivan is not in the picture of the children. He lives in Prince George, but he doesn't have much to do with the children at all, if any. And so Belinda Gray is Cody Lee Sullivan, the biological. So she's a bio grandmother. But so she has this posting, and it says, this was yesterday. It says, still missing Lily and Jack. Lily 6, Jack 4. It's been over 2 weeks since Lily, and it says missing in Canada. Were last seen near their home in Gairloch Road in Lansdowne Station, Pictou County, Nova Scotia. Despite an extensive searches by air and ground, these 2 young children are still missing. The RCMP believe the children may have wandered away from their home on May 2nd, but their stepfather believes that they were abducted. So far, there is no Amber Alert, no clear answers. Over 180 tips, 35 people being interviewed, drones, helicopters, etc., but not a single confirmed sighting. See, not a single confirmed sighting. No belongings, no traces, nothing. Their mother has spoken out saying, these are vulnerable kids. She's begging the public to keep sharing, to keep searching, and not let the headlines fade. No offense, Layla.
Okay, can you go back up a little bit? And I forget how she said it, but everybody's in that post where you were reading, I think it was like the second or third paragraph there.
Which one? The mother has spoken out?
No, go up.
Well, there's nothing else she said.
One something. I wish I could
see.
Hold on, let me see if I can go full screen on that. Okay, over 180 tips have been received. Over 35 people have been interviewed. Okay. Have come there. Not a single confirmed sighting, no belongings, no traces, nothing. Okay, so if your kids are missing, right? If these kids just went out the door, they're gonna go to an adult when they're hungry or they're cold or they're. To me, no confirmed sightings, nothing speaks a lot because there should be.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Ben.
Hey, Ben. Uncle Ben's converted rice. That's my online husband. Yeah, Ben knows it. No flirting today, Ben. Getting a little tired of that. But glad to see you again. I mean, I feel like he's been stepping out and having affairs lately on me. My husband really doesn't mind, Ben. Just saying, okay? Just saying. He said you can flirt with me all you want. Miss Dog Lover, keep it down. Okay, so let's see here. I just want to see. There's something. Jack and Lily. I'm just trying to see what else. Because Oh, okay. So, well, basically, um, the other thing was, of course, that they did the search on Saturday. You guys know, and basically they've the search follows a large-scale air and ground began on the 2nd, and then we know that they had the one that was just over the weekend, and they just did it on the Saturday. They didn't cover as much ground as they wanted to. I guess something about the black flies and just the terrain and everything. But basically, should they do a search again, they're gonna overhaul and look at it again. So again, do they believe they're out in the woods? Do they believe that they're buried out in the woods? And that they're just trying to find. What do you think on that one, Melissa?
I think it's more likely that they're buried out in the woods than they are out in the woods. But didn't one of the, and I may be wrong, but I feel like I heard a news coverage where an officer said they don't believe they're alive.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
That was
or
in the press conference. Yeah, that was in the press conference. And it wasn't an officer, it was a major crime scene unit. Yeah. So, well, basically, if they were out in the woods, they wouldn't be alive still. They don't believe that there was an abduction. So if they don't believe that they're out in the woods and they don't believe that there's an abduction, what do they believe? Or I should say
that
this.
really only leaves one choice.
In the woods, they would be alive. That's different than saying that they weren't in the woods. What'd you say?
I agree. I mean, it's like, I don't know. I think it's more likely that they're buried out in the woods, but I don't feel like they're out there, like, alive. Because I think at this point, they would have searched, even if they left home on their own. I feel like they would have went to an adult by now. I feel like there would have been some sort of sighting if the kids were still alive. And I pray they are, but I don't see it.
What I'm really confused by, though, and like I said, I see this on each live typically. What really bugs me is that when I go to these Facebook pages of these grandparents, I just don't understand why. It's like I see more memes posted or things, and I like, why aren't you utilizing, like, you would think every day that if you're a close freaking grandmother or family sibling and you want to bring awareness to a case, I'm sorry, but are these people stupid or selfish or what? I'm sorry, but if my family members weren't using their Facebooks to post my kid's face that's missing, you don't think that they would want it done for them? I just can't believe that they're not utilizing their Facebooks to the extent of what I'm seeing. Like, honestly, I think it's a joke, to be honest. So you literally are so concerned about these darn children that your ass would rather post a meme that day instead of posting your own fucking grandchild missing?
Yeah, I mean, that's like when Abby and Libby were missing, or not
Pisses
missing.
me off.
Oh my God, Lord help me. When Abby and Libby, we've got that page about them, and every day, Libby's grandma, today's the day, or we'll find them, or it was constantly keeping their name out there, and I don't see that with this.
Well, I just don't get that. I'm sorry. It just pisses me off to no end. I want to go throat punch them all and be like, seriously, you have one of the biggest tools to use, to share with people, for other people to share. Like Nicola Bully. Everyone, like any true friend of Nicola Bully's, was using their Facebooks to do the yellow and blue ribbon for Nicola Bully missing and stuff like that. And that is, to me, family coming together and friends and using their Facebook. You never saw it happen in the Suzanne Morphew case. Again, those daughters were posting little itty bitty bikinis of themselves instead. They didn't give two shits about their fucking mother. And I'm sorry, but it's That's what you call selfish. That's what you call absolutely selfish. How about you guys that are part of the family members start being unselfish and using your Facebooks to literally change your stupid avatar of your ugly face or whatever that's on there? And why don't you post these missing children's faces instead? Sorry, now I'm just venting.
I mean, it's not like it's hard. You can still post the memes and stuff, but every day I would be like, they're still missing. This was searched. That was searched. Help us find them. This is what they were wearing. Like every day I'd be saying something.
Well, that's the part that's pissing me off. And I'm sorry, I get my back up in the air when it comes to this because I find it so offensive that other people are willing to do lives, to show their pictures all the time, do lives, a lot of people every day, cover this story, and the own family members can't be asked to sit there and put the two little darling pictures up for their avatar or make a post at least once a day asking for awareness. Every day. If this was my niece or nephew, every damn day I would be doing that. Like, we're talking
the only way for me.
1 second.
The only way for me to think that a family wouldn't do that or a parent wouldn't do that is because they know the child's not coming home. They know the child is gone.
Mm-hmm. That's
you know what I mean? Say. Like, it's, if they were truly missing, in my opinion here, you would be posting because you don't know what happened to them. You wouldn't be sending, next time this happens, let me know, or not doing anything. That to me is consciousness of guilt, and you're not posting it because you know it's not going to happen.
Yeah. Now, how come I'm not seeing it? Because I just saw her do a couple posts. There was one that Janie's mom put up the other day amongst her memes or whatever. Where is that one? 1 second here. Cancel. Let me see. Image file. I mean, it was just a post she put up. I don't know if there's any relevance to it or not. But this is what so this is Sullivan, right? So Daphne Sullivan is, I believe, like the aunt to Lily Sullivan. And she puts up this post, I no longer listen to what people say. I just watch what they do. Behaviors never lie. Right? So
isn't that kind of ironic, though?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you think about it, because it's like, I don't know how to say it, but it's like, I'm watching you. I know you did this type thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know, the mother takes down her freaking Facebook. One of the best things to use out there, but she's being selfish and thinking about herself. Who cares? You know, Malaya, there's a thing called block if you don't want to deal with people, right? There's a thing called block. That's all you need to do. But that's no different than Katie Proudfoot. You know, the posters that are on the side of her car for her own missing kid, she takes them down. Why? Because then people know it's them at that Yogi Bear trailer park that they're at.
I wouldn't give a shit if somebody knew it was me, because it at least kept my child's face and name out there.
Like, honestly, who here would give a shit if your child's missing? Do you honestly give about what two Fox people are saying, honestly, about you? You know, they're calling you a murderer. They're calling you this and that. You know the truth at the end of the day, so you don't give a crap. You know, would that stop me from just diligently looking for my child, or, you know, talking about my child, or posting my kid's picture every day on Facebook? Absolutely not. Is it hurtful to watch people attack you if you know you're innocent? Absolutely. It is. Of course, it's going to hurt anybody, right? But at the end of the day, if you know the truth and you know you didn't do anything, you know full well that people can say whatever they want. But I'm that person that I don't give a shit. I'm going to do what I'm going to do regardless. And nobody's going to stop me. And when it comes to my child, there's no way in hell I will freaking run over freaking mountaintops, go through barriers to Just do what Seth Rogers is doing for his son, Sebastian Rogers, right? Vigilant all the time, out there in the public, talking about my son, wanting to get his story out there, keep the story out there, all that stuff. To me, if you got nothing to hide, you don't got to worry about that crap.
When
But
Mick
I-
was missing, I posted on Facebook, I posted on TikTok, I posted on Instagram, I was in touch with the police. Like, I was everything I could to get his face out there because he was gone for a week. Like, you know, social media, everybody, you know, some people get a bad rap for it, but it really is something that parents who truly have missing children can use. And I don't feel like they think they're coming home. I feel like it's more of they're not coming home, but we're not going to tell you what happened.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, like I said, if that comment's true about, you know, and I'm probably going to have to keep searching a lifetime. So what do you mean they're dead? You know, like that weird comment that supposedly Daniel made to the press. You know, if he
searching for them forever.
You know, right? Stuff like that.
Do they think they have them hid well enough that people are going to have to search for a long time? That's what that kind of reflected to me on. It's like, you know where they're at, but you're not. Everybody's going to be searching forever because we think we got away with it and we think we hid them well enough.
Right. There was that. I can't think of what that case was. I think was it Deception Detective that showed it. Remember, there was that case where that mother is sitting there throwing party spray stuff on the, like, a week after her kid for his birthday party, and it was deemed as odd. So they actually dug deeper into the case, and basically she was the one that had everything to do with her son's murder. You know, his disappearance, murder, stuff like that. You know, but it's like, you know, these. I don't know. All I know is I feel like this is true. I no longer listen to what people say. I just watch what they do. Behaviors never lie. I think myself, again, not to say she's guilty, but Malaya's behavior is odd and strange, and it doesn't match that of a desperate mother seeking to find two missing children. It doesn't. And why her family is accusing Daniel, considering they were together there in the morning, is to me the biggest red flag of where the answer lies between that whole situation. That to me is.
And you said this is. You said that this Daphne Sullivan, I think, is what it says.
Daphne.
So that you said is the grandma of the mom of Cody, correct?
No.
The mom of the father?
No, that Belinda Gray is the mother of Cody Lee Sullivan. This would be like Cody's, like, auntie type of thing. This would be like
okay,
so I think it's like her brother, which is the father of Cody, right? So her brother is the father of Cody, one of her brothers anyway. And so basically it would be Cody's, I think she said, was it grandpa? Cody's grandpa? I believe it is Cody's grandpa. And so this is either like a great aunt or auntie or great auntie, one of the two.
So for me, knowing that, if you look at this, I know it's a meme, but I no longer listen to what people say. So she's no longer listening to Malaya or Daniel. She's just watching what they do and watching their actions. I really feel like this was kind of one of those subliminal messages. I'm going to put it out there, but you know who I'm talking about and what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's kind of how I see this post. Again, so Cody's dad would be the grandpa of these children biologically. Daphne is the biological, like I said, this would be her brother. So that would be his auntie Daphne. That would be Cody Lee Sullivan, which is the biological father of these two children, right? Sullivan. So this would be the auntie to Cody, and the grandpa, of course, to Cody's kids would be her brother, Daphne's brother.
So this would be the kids' great aunt then.
No.
If I'm understanding it right.
No, it would just be aunt. It would just be aunt, right? Because
well,
if
it would be Cody's aunt, it would be the kids' great aunt.
It would be the kids' great aunt. Yeah, correct. Yeah. But I just think that I think that this is one of those messages that behaviors never lie. So I think that there's definitely some suspicion perhaps going on there. I can't say that for sure. I just seen this post and it looks like I don't see it anymore. But meaning I think that she might have hit it perhaps because it was up there earlier. Because you know how when somebody's, or at least when it shows that somebody has a new message, it puts a little blue dot that they've made like a new post or something. And so I clicked on both because Belinda had put hers up and Daphne had put this up. So I went to go look again and it's not there. So that probably means that she maybe hid the post or something. I don't know. Either way, to me, I think that this is kind of telling of what she's thinking, perhaps. Yeah. Please consider hitting the like if you haven't hit the like. Again, it's always about awareness. We always on this channel, if you guys have never watched this before, it's always about bringing the truth and the facts and then speculation on what possibly could it be. Abduction, kids entered the woods, family involvement. You know, at this point, we're sitting pretty high still. We're at 81% in the poll with 130 votes. Family involvement is still at 81%. Lost in the woods and sold are 5% and 8% abducted. Okay. I mean, that's a pretty telling thing, I believe, in a lot of ways. Most people, obviously, 81% are feeling like something happened to these children by a family member, whether that be the mom and the stepdad. And Ben, you made a comment. So every time that he is mentioned, he's known as the stepfather. He's not technically the stepfather, no, but they always refer to him as the stepfather because that's pretty much the easiest title to give him, because obviously he's been caring for these children for like 3 years as well. But yeah, so technically he's not the stepfather, but they gave him the title the stepfather for that. I think that's what Ben was asking earlier on there. Okay. I don't know. It's 9:23. Just gonna go maybe like 10 more minutes, and then I gotta get up at 4:30 because someone switched me shifts. I was supposed to be 9 to 5, but now I'm 6 to 2. So I gotta get up at 4:30. Yeah, because I gotta race my husband and my brother-in-law's bathroom time. I hate doing that, but whatever is what it is. Yeah, they had a nice 3-day weekend with this holiday and stuff like that. Let me see here. Just trying to see. There's not really much to like keeping awareness to the case, but honestly, there's not really a lot to talk about in the sense of updates to this case. You know, there are no updates to this case besides the search that they just did, and that they're not continuing the search. They're going to go over and look at everything again. And the rest of it now just becomes a lot of bringing awareness and just some speculation on what we think happened to these children. And it's just devastating. Go ahead.
So do you know if they searched the house? Like, did they, even if, I don't know if dogs would have helped, but did they go inside and actually search the house? And
yeah,
I guess I mean kind of like the trash and all that, because if the kids OD'd on some kind of medicine and they woke up, right, and they were gone, you're going to throw that bottle away. So for me,
Yeah.
it's like, did they search that, or is that not an option anymore? Because by this time they've already gotten rid of the trash. But I feel like it's
Yeah.
either family involvement, and my gut just tells me that they didn't physically do it, but they're hiding what happened.
Sharon. Ben says, Sharon, you're number one with the crown. And then Sharon's like, not number one to anyone. Yeah, well, like trash day
either,
was like
Sharon.
on Wednesday. So trash day was on Wednesday, like I think a regular trash day. But again, we don't actually know. Okay, let me ask you this, if you don't mind. What day, if you were to surmise yourself, you guys in chat as well, what day do you guys believe that the children disappeared on? You got either Tuesday night, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. And so, Melissa, what do you think?
I'm gonna say it was Wednesday morning. I'm gonna say, because if I think about it and I go with what my gut is telling me, on Tuesday
Right.
she gave them medicine, she put them to bed. They may have got up, weren't feeling well, didn't know how much medicine to take, took more medicine, took too much. Parents woke up on Wednesday morning and now are trying to cover it up, got their story straight, then called on Friday. That's just what my gut is telling me, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Sandra, there's a lot of those things. To be honest with you, a lot of words being used in the wrong format for sure. Sandra's saying in one of his interviews, Daniel said Lily took her pink boots and Jack took his blue boots. It's bothered me. Took? Why wouldn't you say they were wearing? Maybe someone else took the boots. Right. It's little things like that. Kind of like when, again, going back to Malaya, going back to her saying, and I tell him, Daniel, my partner, I tell him, do you hear the kids? Right. And then she was about to say, like the kids never go outside without, but then she changes her sentence up and she says she has these weird oddities. She has that weird oddity to say that it's a sunny day. I hope that they're warm, and it's like, who the hell says that? Who the hell says tell him, right? So there's so many of these small little blurbs that do make a difference. Barry Morphew did a lot of this, to be honest with you. Sharon,
You know who this kind of sounds like, Sonny, to me? It almost sounds like the way the mother was talking anyway. It reminds me a lot of, the lady who killed her 2 kids and now wants out. I had it on the tip of my tongue and now I can't think of it. But
which case was it?
She ran her car into the water and drowned her kids while they were in the back seat. And then she's like, yeah, Susan Smith. That's who, the way she talks is who it reminds me.
Wednesday. Okay. To be honest with you, if I had to guess too, mine would have been Wednesday as well. Yeah. Not too many people. Come on, lazies. Which day? Which day do you think? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday? What day do you guys think the kids truly went missing on, if you don't believe in the story? I always questioned if they walked out of the trailer at all, there would be footprints of some kind, and there's none but one. Odd. Well, there's a lot of oddities to this entire case, to be honest with you. There's no footprints that go past the bus stop which is in front of their home. Right. I mean, if they were, come on now. It was raining. Okay. You don't think that there's going to be some wet ass tracks, broken sticks along the way to show which way kind of that they went and stuff like that? Some sort of something, the kid, we're talking, according to Daniel, it's 20 minutes. It's a 20-minute time frame that basically they didn't hear the kids, and she calls 911 immediately after looking outside quickly. She doesn't say anything about going over to the camper to see if grandma has the kids in the camper, right? Nothing has been said about that. Just like what is said, it's also what's not said. We have not heard out of Daniel's mouth or Michaela's mouth during that interview. Now, neither of them have talked about that we went over to the camper to see if my grandma, my mom, had them. Anything like that, right? Nothing. Nothing's been said about that at all. Because the kids could have been
And see, that
hiding.
would have been my first reaction after I went outside, would be to go to the camper and say, hey, the kids were out here playing. Did they come into you? You know.
Hello. Yeah. I want to see how many likes we have. We have 71 likes. Whoever watches this after the live, as well, or whoever hasn't hit it yet, please hit that like. For the obviously for the murdered and the missing, always keep the awareness if you could. That's all I ask. It's not a selfish thing. I'm just asking you guys this for in sake of the children and the cases, just to get it out there as part of the algorithm, and it really helps. You know, never looking to benefit off of the deaths of or missing of the children and stuff like that in that particular way. I know that there's some people that troll and say, oh, you know, you get blah 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 missing and murdered and take in money and blah 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 blah. You know, usually the people that don't donate ever say that by way, but always, most importantly, first and foremost, is always the children, the missing and the murdered. It's always about them first and foremost. I've spent a lot of times doing tribute videos for a lot of cases because it's my way of something I can do to make a beautiful video in honor of children or the missing and the murdered and stuff like that. Everyone has kind of like their thing, but that's my thing. I kind of like doing tribute videos. Not always, because they do take a long time and stuff like that, but always, if you can contribute in your small way by just hitting a like button, doesn't matter if it's this channel, another channel, other channels, it's just keeping the awareness out there. Now, what does Macaulay say? You got to stop me from thinking about Home Alone. All right. I believe there may be some truth in their lies, meaning I think they know that they were abducted by someone they know, hence why they push the narrative of abduction. They know more than what they say. And let me ask you, Melissa, is there anything, thank you, Macaulay, if you watch any of our replays, please have a comment under the video. That too, right, Ben? That too. Melissa, is there any piece of you that thinks that these children just by chance were hidden by a family member for some other reason that we have no clue about? Is there any piece of you that would lean that way at all towards this case?
No, I mean, it doesn't make sense, you know. It's not like the bio dad was trying to get custody or, you know, her trying to get away or anything like that. It just doesn't, for me, it does not make sense for that to be. What would be the reason behind it? What would be the motive? And I can't think of a motive that anybody would have to hide the kids.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that, you know, everything runs through my head, everything. And honestly, if I could have the magic, if I could have the ability to honestly, if I had one ability, honestly, to have, it would be the ability to be able to see what happened in a case through in my head, like to be able to visually see that these kids left the home, that this is where they went in this direction, you know. I mean, honestly, I mean, what always gets me in a lot of ways is a lot of them, okay, not all, but a lot of these tarot card readers and stuff like that, no one truly, they give you some answers about, you know, like there are cards that fall sometimes and it falls right in line, you know, with it. But and what I noticed is a lot of people doing when they're doing readings is that they seem to be pulling the cards that they want to as well. Meaning they could sit there and shuffle the deck and a card flops out and then another one flops out. And then they're like, hey, let's look at this card here. Oh, what's behind that card? You know, or they're kind of pulling a card that they see out because it has like some sort of, oh, well, this card did this. And I don't like that at all. You know, if cards are going to fall, they're going to fall. But when they start pulling out cards, because you can see that they're associating it with and stuff like that. Or when the card comes out and they have no clue what the meaning is to it, type of thing, and they just hurry up and put it back into the deck and stuff like that. I hate shit like that. To me, if you're going to do a card read, let only the cards fall out that are going to fall out, instead of going, oh, if I look at this side of the deck, oh, look at that. Death card's there. If I look at this side, oh, if I went 2 over, oh, look at that. This one's connected to this one. So this one's showing this. No, I just like it when it's a genuine card read of something. Not to say that they're still good at it, because a lot of them aren't in that. Like I said, one of my favorite people to watch. I know that the Psychic Sleuth, I think she did a miniature, last time I looked, a miniature live on this. I remember she did a mini read on Aspen, when Aspen was with this channel. And she actually did a really good job, to be honest with you. Meaning I knew lots of things, like certain things about Aspen, personal things that Aspen would never talk about, type of thing. And when she was kind of reading him on a lot of his read, she actually did shock me with just how accurate she was being in her talking. And so I do appreciate ones like that. So I know that the Psychic Sleuth covered this case in a smaller video, but Trish James is one of the ones I do like to watch when it comes to card reads. Why? I'm not into this like, it's the authenticism or whatever you want to say it, of when I'm listening to somebody talk. Do they come off sincere, or do they just come off like they're just doing it and think that they're good at it when really they suck? Or are they making like some mystical shit happen around them and stuff like that? No, but I do kind of go to them just to sometimes see, like I have in this case. I've kind of been watching way more than I typically watch, because I'm just trying to see if there's a consistency going on in kind of like the cards that are being pulled. I do see a lot of death cards. I do see a lot of water cards.
And Sonny,
family, yeah.
Macaulay said, I don't think it was family. I think it was some POS drug friend. And Sharon said yes, or someone they owed drug money to. And I honestly, that would be my second. My first instinct is family involvement somehow. My second instinct, and that's why I ask about drugs, did they owe money to somebody and, oh, we can't pay you, here's the kids, like traffic them or whatever. I can see that would be my second choice, but I don't know. This is really an odd case, and the way that they talk, the mother does not seem authentic.
Right. So is it something authentic because maybe the children are okay somewhere? They know that they've been given or something, handed over. Maybe that's why it's not authentic, because it really does come off as a really poor excuse for an interview of 2 children missing. It really does. Now, there's been no confirmed, nothing's been confirmed about a party happening. Now, apparently, a neighbor that obviously lives right around there, says that there was a bunch of cars in the driveway, and that she always thought that this place was a crack house of drugs. For all we know, there could have been some of this shit going on. We don't know the full story. We don't. People say what they want to say. Like, just because you do drugs doesn't mean you're a piece of shit person. Some people just like to do it, and some people have issues, right? Just like with alcohol or food or something like that. But there's been nothing that's confirmed that there has been a party there. Nobody's come out of the woodwork. Nobody's been talking about it. So it makes me believe that possibly there is nothing to this party that supposedly might have happened on Thursday. There might be something to it, but nobody's come out of the woodwork. And usually there's always those people that like their 15 minutes of fame, that like to act like they're part of the case and, say these things because, they just want you to know that, like, this is my cousin that found the underwear and socks, like, this is this, right? So I know it's factual. Now, most people would do that kind of thing because, right? I don't mind it if someone's kind of peeping up to verify something, and say like, yeah, I know this is my cousin and he's the one that led the searchers to this type of idea, then I'm thinking, oh, okay, so somebody's literally posting that this is a family member that found this particular thing. Nothing ever became of it that we know of. This apparently undies and with blood on them or whatever, and these socks. But in this case, like, there's nobody that's coming out of the woodwork to say, yeah, I was there that night on Thursday and stuff like that. So, Sandra, I never thought
For
of
me,
that
like,
at this point. Go ahead.
so just, even if it were drugs, it's still family involvement because they're
Right.
covering up what truly happened. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It does, their stories don't jive, and it doesn't ring. Their stories, if you put them side by side, to me, seem like very rehearsed because they're using the same language,
Right.
the same words. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel
Right.
like it's authentic because of that, because their
Right.
stories are
Like,
almost word for word the same.
right. Like, I surveyed surveyed the area or whatever. I went into the culverts, I screamed so loud you couldn't hear me and stuff like that. So I see this as kind of like their stories are very similar, or they're trying to be very similar. But we all know, like I said, unless you're some sort of experience um, person that disappears children all the time like a magic trick, again, if it's somebody that's I believe it's an accident. If it is something did happen to the children, I honestly do believe it was an accident and a cover up of some sort. That's my gut instinct at this moment, and that's to think that the children, right, something happened. I just believe that something happened in the house at this point. At first, I was going along with the woods thing, thinking, oh, okay, they'll be found. Then when I hear like a 20-minute before, how far is a 6 and a 4-year-old going to go? Then you start looking at, well, you said that they never go out. Is that true without your supervision, or is that a lie too? But then you think that, okay, when they went, not only did they go outside, but then they happened to go missing. And then that starts ringing a little bit more like, come on now. So these children happen to slip out and just happen to freaking disappear, both of them, Anya, you know? Um, so, and the knapsack, I mean, good prop to if the knapsack and Lily was, because people are trying to picture that. They're trying to picture, well, did Lily think that she was going to go to school that day and was trying to catch the bus, and her and her brother, but there's no footprints that go beyond the driveway. There's nothing. So do you think that really a car comes by and goes, children, perfect timing. Get in my car. Let me take you somewhere. Could it happen? Sure. Is it likely in this case? Probably not. Is that the reason why they're not considering it an abduction and why they didn't issue the Amber Alert like they've said? Because that's not really the feeling. Could they be wrong? They could be. Absolutely. But to me, it's like on the more lower scale of the abduction, because you're talking about the road that we showed you. There's barely anyone that really drives down that road too much, right? And if so, it's going to be people that probably live on the property and some log trucks going by. But what are the chances that these kids not only snuck out of this silent glass door that they know better to do, and then, you know what, let's just traipse off to the school bus and get abducted that day as well? It could happen, but I just think of it as a very slimmer chance. And the reason, to be honest with you, if the mother was way more convincing than what she is coming across, and seemed really genuine, I wouldn't think that route. But it's because of her interview and all the red flags and all the things that they're saying, especially her. Hers was the most telling of the interviews, I think. His is showing consistency of trying to say the same thing. Now, it's true. If you're telling the truth, you got nothing to hide, then everything stays the same. And that could be very well, in fact, in Daniel's case, that everything is staying the same. It's not like these are like myself. It's not like I'm a professional in the English language and know every correct word to say. But in her case, there's no one ever says, and I tell him, did you hear the kids? No one ever uses that lingo. Like, that's just something. The only people that might say that is people from a different country that have broken ass English, but no.
Well, I can see her saying, I can see her turning to him and saying, did you see the kids? Do you see the kids? Do you hear the kids?
Right.
But it's not the way she
No.
said it, just doesn't ring right. It doesn't sound right. But, back to, possibly a drug involvement in this case. I've been clean for 16 years. I'm not ashamed of it. And, I speak to, we have a, I call it a halfway house, but it's people who have done drugs, and basically they send them to this house. And I go in and I talk to these people, and I, warn them about, the dangers of drugs and what it'll do to you. And I share Nick's story, and I share my story, but I can honestly see, some drugs being involved in this in some way.
I know. Same, to be honest with you. And we might be totally wrong. I was going to say something. What was I going to say? And yes, Ben, it's good to see more Canadians subscribing. I mean, I always did want the balance of Canadians and Americans, because in saying that, regardless of the president and what's going on there, who cares about that stuff? It's at the end of the day, United States and Canadians are united in a lot of ways, besides the crazy crap that's going on, with this whole presidential thing and what he's doing, and taking a lot of bullshit out on Canada and stuff like that, and other countries. But I'm talking about the friendship that Americans and the U.S. people have. That's a whole different story. At the end of the day, we all know that Canadians and Americans, like you guys, we've always been like just right across the border. It's like having best BFFs across the border in a sense. I know
that's what I always say. You're my Canadian best friend.
Type of thing. So, at the end of the day, it's nice when people just come together as a unit, regardless. Doesn't matter where you're from, what country you're from. That way, it's just a matter of, caring about other people. It doesn't matter what's going on with the politics and crap of the world or blah, blah, blah. This here is it being in true crime and anything to do with the acts of helping others, whether it is that you donate your time to a homeless shelter, that you impact the missing and the murdered community and stuff. This is truly one of the most, I'll say what do you want to say? One of the most unselfish things that people can do. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about the people that get greedy and try to profit a lot by fake shit and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, for the true kind hearts out there, this is one of the most unselfish things in life that people can do, is care about other people this deeply, even though you don't know them, as a parent, as a person, as a family member, or tragic incident that happened in your own life, that it is, to spread awareness, to help others, to care about others, is, like I said, it's an unselfish people that truly care about other people than they do care about gaining a profit off of anything and stuff like that. I always like to see very grounded people. Doesn't matter if you're a celebrity or not. It's a matter about how grounded you stay as a person and the impact that you can do for your purpose while you're here, because some people go through life very selfish and very self-centered and stuff like that. Who cares about them? But I'm grateful for every person that, really can put themselves to the side and do something for other people, because it is very unselfish to do stuff like that. And if it wasn't for the unselfish people and the people that truly care, this world would be very tilted the wrong way. So in this particular case, right, most people can resonate with their own children. And if this happened to them, most people, like I said, tragedies or whatever. So anyway, so thank you guys. Because again, I might have a YouTube channel, but if it wasn't for people that subscribed and watched, this channel, like anything, would be nothing, right? And it's all because, sorry, it's all because everyone's doing their part to bring awareness to cases and that. So I want to say thank you for everyone for that, or for the special guests that come up like Melissa and Charmaine and stuff like that. Let's see here. 20 minutes away from me, right? Kent is. And Kent, have you heard anything more on this whole party thing at all? Have you personally heard everything? I seen a post where it said that what was it? I remember seeing that the common feeling in the community, I don't want to missay it, because it was a post by someone that said that the most common census of what the community is feeling is, I think that, like, basically to say that suspicious. I'll put it that way. And
So there's
honestly,
a couple people here, Sonny, that I don't really know, like Sandra and Joe and Kent. So when I come up here with Sonny, and on a lot of these cases, my son was unalived, and so everything I do when I talk to addicts and I go to the halfway house and I speak, because I swore his death would not be in vain. And so it's like helping, even if I help one person, it's worth it. But when I come up here and I talk to Sonny about kids that have been unalived, I've been there, I've done that. When we talk about missing, my son had at one point been missing for a week, and we found him thanks to social media. TikTok is what found my son. And so I come up here and I have a personal view on it because I've been there, I've done it, I've went through it. I guess is the best way to put it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and there's another lady, Barbara, that comes in here, with her son's case as well. And, her son was murdered. And at the end of the day, it's one of those things, like, whatever brings somebody into this space of true crime or whatever. Like I said, Melissa has her story. I don't have anything to tell like this. Mine's a whole different story on something else, paper bag artist. But to ever feel what Melissa or anybody else that's in chat right now is feeling, I'm a deep empath, so I take on a lot of hurt and pain because of somebody telling their story, because it does affect me, because I always just inside, I just feel like I just start thinking about all the pain that they must be suffering through, but yet never experiencing it. Unlike Melissa here, who has had to deal with all this, the death of her, the murder of her son and stuff like that. No one ever, your children, are everything. That's why these cases mean so much, because Melissa knows, Charmaine knows, everyone knows, Sharon, the children, like, they're the most precious gifts out here. And for anyone to even think to take a child's life or to do nasty things to their children, you just want a steak knife to go right through their heart 50 times over, and nothing will ever make up for it. Unfortunately, nothing. The hole will always be there, in there. But, look at cases, right? Like I said, a lot of people become proactive, right? Again, helping others and stuff like that. Elizabeth Smart. Now you see her. I mean, look at that. John Walsh, his
She's
son Adam
now a
Walsh.
co-host on
Yeah,
Elizabeth Smart is now a co-host on
yeah,
America's Most Wanted Missing Persons.
yeah. Yeah. Mhm. You know, and that's the thing. You might not be able to bring your own child back, but there's so much more out there. You know, like I said, in this lifetime, I like the fact of how loving and caring I am. I do. I know what are my good traits, and I know what are my bad traits, you know. But uh but in saying that, I love the fact of how compassionate I am and how caring. I like the fact that I've spent a lot of my life giving to other people in hopes of helping them, putting yourself behind. Now not necessarily a good thing all the time, putting yourself behind everybody else. But I honestly, like I said, the movie Pay It Forward, when that came out, I already was that way. And I just enjoyed that movie because I wanted so many other people to start thinking like that, acting like that, being kind like that. Maybe I'm a deep thinker, so what? You know, my dream is that the world just be, a bunch of kind, caring people instead of attacking and all this stuff, that they, look after each other, and instead of trying to tear them down all the time, instead of lifting them up. I mean, it is a wonderful thing when you do things unselfishly without even thinking about it, but the impact that it can have on other people. There was, you know what? I had this lady the other day. Just a quick side story. I had this lady the other day, right? So I'm a customer service agent, and so she was telling me how she didn't have enough money uh, for certain things. I don't really want to say, because then that tells you kind of what kind of customer service agent I am. But I knew that I could make a little bit of a difference so that I could get her by till payday. Um, and at first, I basically applied points, okay, which has a value to them. And so then she's like, you know what, Sonny, let me be honest with you. And then she said, you know, basically, I'm kind of like in hard shape here till Thursday, till my payday, right? And I just need da 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 da. And so I was like, you know what? I'm just going to do a solid. You're going to get some more points, and you're going to be able to spend that to get yourself some stuff. And so, anyways, and then you probably maybe guess what kind of agent I am. But, anyways, I deal with customers all day long that have issues, regardless. And you have to have empathy and understanding for people's situations. Who can't here maybe perhaps remember a time when you've been in a situation when maybe you just didn't have enough money for that pack of smokes till payday, and you needed to borrow some off of somebody, a friend, maybe didn't have any food in your house and just needed a little extra hand from somebody, whatever the reason, right? Sometimes we've always gone through a little bit of hardship. Most of us have at some point. But anyways, I knew that I could impact her day by something that was easy for me to do that meant a lot for her. So I did it. Why? Because I cared enough about a person that was struggling, and I could make that impact. And those are the things that I appreciate about if somebody's in a lineup and buys you a coffee, right? Smile and be grateful that there's people like that want to do stuff like that. So that's how I feel about true crime. You never put money at the forefront of anything. It's the fact that you're doing something because maybe it's a passion, or maybe it wasn't even a passion of mine, but I always have cared about these type of stories. No, I always hurt because of these type of stories. I just didn't want to expect to be in true crime. But the rewarding part is what we can do as people, as humans, is being kind and caring and being unselfish. It's the most rewarding heart thing that fills up your heart full of love, because I have to do this side, because this side's the wrong side. It's this side, the heart, on there, because it's backwards camera, right? But anyways, so to me, that fills me up all the time, is just being able to do stuff. And that's what I've enjoyed, whether I've been a general manager of a hotel, whether I've owned my own business. It's always what I can do to help somebody else. It was never about a title. It was just what I can do. I could give out free parties, a free night stay. I could do all these things. I could order in a bunch of gifts and put them underneath the Christmas tree for the gifts, for the guests. And we did that. We did it for the staff. We did it for the people in the restaurant. We had 2 trees, one for the guests and one for the restaurant side. And they could all pick a gift for Christmas time. You know, most people don't go out of the way to do stuff like that. We took a lot of money out of mine and my husband's own pocket and did stuff like that for Mother's Day and stuff like that, right? So just be that person in life. Be more giving if you're not. Be more sharing if you're not kind. Whoa, I just preached a lot there, but it's okay. I'm good with that. If I had my magic wand, I'd be like this and make everyone kind, caring, and compassionate and full of empathy.
And I just, if people would just put aside differences and just be a decent human being, things would be a lot better. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just, I don't know. People aren't, I don't want to say human, but they just don't seem like they have a heart anymore. And, you know, it doesn't take any money to like a video about a case or share a video about a case, because that keeps their name out there, and that's what matters.
Absolutely. Kent, what kind of freaking story you got going on here?
We need to get Kent up here so he can tell us this story.
Yeah, he could have emailed me, but he didn't, so he's just going to sit and chat. Maybe he's not comfortable. Kent, are you coming? Are you comfortable? Not right now, not today, but are you comfortable coming up on a live and chit-chatting about just the case in general? I mean, we're pretty chill here.
You ain't got to show your face.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of people say, oh, I'm not going to be on camera. Then they come on camera or they do a live and they're like, hey, that was actually quite, fun in a sense, meaning it's different. So anyway, in chat there, come on. Just let me know one way or the other. If you don't want to, no pressure whatsoever. But because you are in that area, people always want to hear from somebody that's within the area, give a little bit of insight, or even just talk about the case because it's your area, like you're part of the land of Canada that you live in. But Kent's talking about, I'm watching a tarot card reader, and forgive me, it was tonight, and I can't remember which one. I know I've watched a lot. But she confirmed that it was a party or get together. Hold on. And possibly that the mom got caught skimming money from the family business, and the boss came together as the grandmother got rid of the kids. Oh, that's a whole direction of something there. I wish you knew which one it was. And Malaya, even though I told to spell that wrong, was over the missing money. In my opinion, I said from the start that I think one was accidental and the other one met a nefarious means, because it was Daniel's first interview. He said they, more than brother and sister, they were best friends. And we know the kids say the darndest things. So, right, I get that. I get that part of it. Oh, Miss Dog Lover, are you sure? Are you being honest with us, Miss Dog Lover? Are you being sincere?
She'll be back in 20 minutes.
Yeah. Miss Dog Lover, thank you for the super chat tonight and for the other day as well. Appreciate that. The world is watching and praying. Good night, Miss Dog Lover. I'm a little bit behind here, aren't I? That's beautiful, Joe Hunter. It's just so sad. What did Joe Hunter say? Did I miss? I was reading down Kent stuff.
He's the one that said the world's watching and praying.
No, I think he said something somewhere else. My wife grew up in Nova Scotia and areas. Maybe not. Maybe not. I just thought because that person said something about being sad or whatever. I was like, wait, what? Sandra says, yes, Kent Corbett. I think we are all. That's where we all are, hoping and praying every moment, seeking what's happened to these babies. I have thrown, absolutely. Sandra said here, Joe Hunter, then you have connection. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, I see what it meant now. Okay. The world's just watching and praying. I said that. It's so sad. So many people who would love to give homes to innocent. Absolutely. You know, anyone knows this channel is children. You know, how could you even think to hurt a child? They're just so darn ass cute and innocent. Who would think? It's just so nauseating. And seeing that there's tons of these cases, you know, these beautiful children with these smiles, and you just feel like you're living vicariously through them with these big smiles on their faces. And all you're thinking about is that their lives were taken too soon. That through nefariousness, you know, that we don't know exactly what happened to them, but that no matter what, chances are these children are no longer with us, perhaps 99.999%. You know, but look at little Jack's little cheeky face there, you know, and Lily's big smile, and then you picture that child screaming her head off. Well, that girl got some lungs. Kent, are you
And
still
Kent,
here?
I just want to
Yes.
say something. You know, when I first started coming up here, I didn't want to be on camera. I just didn't want to. And now I'm on camera a little bit more, but you know, you don't have to be on camera, you know, as long as you show your face to Sunny and she
Just as
knows
long
you're
as
not
you're
going
not
to get
gonna
on here and
we just figured
flash
out we don't
us or
get dick
something.
rolled. Yeah. Back in the day, I got dick rolled from some guy. He pretended he had somebody else, like he had a regular's avatar and used it for his own. And at that time, I was very new to doing YouTube lives, and then let him come up on the thing, and he like totally dick rolled. And then I got a copyright, or
I
no, sorry,
remember that.
yeah. And then YouTube finally changed their things, and I finally got it taken off. But I was so pissed because that thing just stayed there for like a couple of years, right? So the only thing somebody has to do is show me that they're genuinely there behind the screen and not pop up and then all of a sudden, hey, dick roll, thanks, on there. Anyways, again, no one's forcing you to. Honestly, if you've never done it before, it actually ain't that bad at all. It's actually quite cool, to be honest with you. A lot of people haven't said that they wanted to. And look at Deb. And Deb had come up, and next thing you know, Deb was doing freaking, she was part of It's a Crime and Shame, you know, with Aspen there and stuff like that. All these people that say, you know what I say? YOLO. YOLO, Kent. YOLO. You only live once. Here for a good time, not a long time. But anyways, being serious. Well, that is being serious too. But at the end of the day, no pressure. So if it's your thing, if it's not, that's fine. People do love hearing from, of course, people within the community. It just makes them feel like, you know, they're hearing from a local that's close and that kind of knows the vibe going on in the area. And not only that as well, but it's just simply, some people just really like to talk about the cases, right? You know, and that's kind of what we're all about. Oh,
To
by the
me,
way,
it's easier to come up here and talk to you and go through cases and talk it out rather than type in chat, wait for a response, try to figure out exactly what you, it just,
I know.
it's
I
easier
wonder
for me to.
I know. Me too. Like, I hate sitting there, like, say, texting somebody on a phone, and then it's like, no, I'm just going to call you because I'm literally not going to sit here and keep freaking talking into my phone and whatever when I literally just have to hit that button. That's just my way, too, personally. So I totally get what you mean by that. Do. I guess it's time to go. Because I do have to work at or get up at 4:30 in the morning. It's 10 o'clock. My husband has to get up about 5 o'clock, 10 to 5 in the morning. So I got to race to the shower before those two get at it. But yeah, so we'll see. You know, I would love for there to be an update in this case and an update in a good way, but no, I would just like to see an update because I think that most of us do feel like the children aren't alive. Sadly, it's really hard to always look at that. But I mean, I really would like to see either an arrest or something that has led the investigation perhaps somewhere else. Again, when it comes, nobody has been charged in this case. It's all just a matter of speculation when it comes to theories, thoughts, and what potentially might have happened to Lily and Jack. We just don't truly know the answer. So we don't want to be too harsh out there, right, without knowing the truth. Now, do I feel like it's unfair to say that her interview sucked ass and she was really bad at it? Regardless, no, I don't feel bad about saying that because it really sucked ass and it was something that was a bunch of red flags from beginning to start. It could be just, the most innocent, guilty innocent people that look guilty but aren't, could be that. We'll see. We'll see. My shit detector usually isn't wrong too often, when it comes to stuff like that. Right? Melissa, I know you're just as wise as well. Usually when you're feeling something, even if you don't know exactly what it is, usually when shit's being thrown your way, right? Like big fucking cow pile manure at ya. That's how
Yeah,
I
my
kind of feel.
bullshit meter works a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, you can add me on Messenger. I don't really use Facebook on there. One second. And if anybody else tries to add me, type of thing, and because I'm just gonna be lazy and drop the link this way, to be honest with you. Where's my Facebook link? Boom, boom, boom. Where, if I was a Facebook link, where would I be?
It would be at the top where you type it in.
Huh? Eh?
It would be in like the search bar where it says like.
Yeah, well, it's there now. Okay. So my Facebook is very protected in in certain ways, but so not just everyone's gonna sit there and try to message me and add you and stuff like that. You know, I keep I lead a very private life that way. I don't really let me just put it this way. I try to keep people that are good people on my thing. Not to say that some people aren't, but I'm very selective about who I let into my life when it comes to Facebook or even in real life for that matter. Not that 100 people are going to sit there and message me on Messenger, but just saying. That's all I'm saying. Are you able to text?
Well,
So
honey, it is.
Wait. Are you speak to text? So if it doesn't sound right, sometimes it's because absolutely. My text to speech, it fucks up all the time. You don't got to worry about that shit. Hell, I'm a fucking pro at that Siri freaking fucking up my words. I'm like, Siri, are you fucking speaking the same language as me as English? Because you certainly can twist my words around. Freaking hate that shit. Yeah, I'm just saying. Okay. What were you going to say, Melissa?
It is basically 1:10, 1:15 here. So I'm going to have to wrap it up pretty soon because I've got appointments tomorrow.
No, we're going to bed. Okay. So we'll say happy birthday to Charmaine one last time. Love you, girl. Love you, that. Miss Dog Lover, thank you for here. Let me just quickly show this. Miss Dog Lover, thank you for your super chat of $9.99. And Charmaine's 30 months. All right. She's still behind. Other than that, thank you, mods. Thank you everyone for joining in this live. And please, course, thank you for hitting the like and keeping this case out there and doing your part. Kent, and anyone else that's from within the Nova Scotia area, again, appreciate you joining us and giving us some closer insight. Again, for anyone that doesn't know, Melissa here, she's from Indiana. Charmaine, who's in the picture down in the corner, she's from in the mid BC area. I'm from the Vancouver, British Columbia area. And so we just appreciate anyone that really stops by and is respectful. Now, Melissa, did you want to have any last thoughts on our way out of here?
No, I don't think so. Just everybody keep the kids in your prayers, and hopefully we'll find them soon.
Yeah, absolutely. I truly hope, and I know you guys do too. I am a bit worried if this is going to be taking a bit longer than we thought, because I think a lot of us have it in our head that we were kind of expecting perhaps an arrest to be coming soon or something like that. But if it keeps continuing, because trust me, if they get the digital data and all that stuff and it's not flowing and something's happening, I'm giving, like, my thing is that I was going to kind of give it to the end of this week and I would expect to see something. But of course, if it keeps going longer, if it keeps going too long, it's going to lead into a hard to solve case until something happens. I hope it doesn't turn out to be that. I don't feel like it will be. On there, hold on a second. New message. I see it right here. It's got the is that a maple leaf flag? Huh? Looks like a maple leaf flag from this side of the fence. Toronto Maple Leafs. Whoops. Block or delete? Which one is it? I'll just put here. Okay, that way you know. There we go. There we go. Now we're friends. See, but we're not Facebook friends. We're Messenger friends. Okay, Melissa? Get all jilted and everything like that. But
I know,
yes,
right? Hurt my feelings and all. Jeez.
right. So bless Jack and Lily. Prayers to Sebastian Rogers. Prayers, of course, to Dylan Eller on there. And perhaps there might be something that comes out of the Kyron Horman case as well. Anyways, prayers to the missing and the murdered, you guys. Absolutely. So bless. Might see you tomorrow night. Might not. Haven't decided yet. Depends on how tired I am after I get home. But anyways, bless you guys. You guys have a great night and thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. Yeah. Melissa, I appreciate you too. Sometimes.
Sometimes. Wait a minute now.
Fine. All the time. Bye.